Nobody's there. Good. I can take a break while no one's here. Take a break while no one's here. Hey, Gary Clout. Hey, Cliff. I don't know why I've come around very tired. Very tired. I don't know why. Hey, everybody. Hey, Gronk. I'm dead tired. I don't know. My brain is. I don't know if I'm turning out like Warren Buffett, just getting old. But Ham wants to come on at 8 o'clock and talk about Finger, so we can talk about Finger until then. Let me see if there's a topic. I like that topic. I like that topic. I like that topic. All right, this is a good topic. This is a good topic on silver. And I know you guys want to just hear about Finger because Finger's going to be there for the next forever. But just in case you want to hear about an alternative to get your life in order, this comes from chapter 40 of Peter Krauth's book, The Great Silver Bull. $300 silver. By the way, this book isn't very old. This was published 3 years ago. $300 silver. How we get there? It's tough to make predictions. Okay. Still, and see, this is already wrong in the short run, but not now it isn't. Still, silver is amid, I'm not sure about that usage, amid its biggest bull market in a generation. I'll have to look that up later. That's why I'm predicting that silver will reach $300 an ounce over the next few years. So he wrote this in 22. Silver, so you could argue now that it's 25, you're a lot closer to his prediction. It's a big number, I know. I don't think so. You might even think it's crazy. I don't think so. But there's some madness at work here. There's also a method. Indeed, this isn't a number I've pulled out of thin air. Neither is it a prediction I've made lightly. It's not an attempt at sensationalism. I don't think that's very sensational. I think 3,000 would be sensational. This is an estimate relating to the gold price and inflation, and it's based on how the gold and silver metals have performed in previous bull markets. I'm going to show you several ways I get to my estimate of $300 an ounce. But with gold so closely watched, let's first see where gold is going. Why gold is headed to $5,000 to $10,000 an ounce? Well, it's already 3,500. We need to consider gold because it has so much influence on silver, especially during a bull market. I believe gold will ultimately peak at $5,000 an ounce. This guy he's very cautious. I think gold's going to peak at much higher levels. But anyway, there's, as I've said to you before, there's a level at which creates wealth, and then the rest is just because the currency is going down. So it doesn't, at some point, you can put ridiculous numbers on it. It doesn't really change your wealth. Truth be told, while I've adhered to my $5,000 an ounce call, I wouldn't be stunned in the least if the yellow metal traverses the $10,000 plateau. This guy, is he trying to be underwhelming? Several high-profile, well-known analysts have similar targets, and they've been carefully researched. Shane McGuire was the head of research and portfolio manager of the Teacher Retirement System of Texas. He launched and managed the Trust Gold Fund, the first dedicated precious metal fund in the U.S. pension system. He published a book, Hard Money: Taking Gold to a Higher Investment Level, and used a chapter on gold supply and demand to support his forecast that gold could soar to $10,000 an ounce. And that was back in 2010. I'll have to look up that book. Perhaps one of the most notable gold forecasts comes from Scott Minerd. Never heard of him. Thanks to Minerd's pedigree, multiple role, blah, 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 blah. He's the chairman of the Guggenheim Investments and chief investment officer of Guggenheim Partners. He's a member of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York's advisory committee. All right. Let's just move. In May of 2021, Minerd told CNBC that his top price target for gold was 5,000 to 10,000. This is such a puny plan. What a puny plan. And that this ultimately is in the cards. Silver traditionally lags. It's the poor man's gold, and it's the one that will have the largest move on a percentage basis. It's the high beta version of gold. He also said gold would enter an exponential phase and only go to 10,000? Come on. Minerd told Bloomberg his number one conviction trade was silver. There you go. Minerd told Bloomberg his number one conviction trade was silver. When asked why not gold, he said silver was still 65% below its prior peak. That's no longer true. It's now only about 20% below, something like that. Whereas gold was getting very close to its previous peak. When asked if silver could go exponential, Minerd said he thought there was a high probability of that happening. My favorite detailed prediction of a gold peak comes from James G. Rickards. I've read his prediction to you. He is an American lawyer, economist. That's what President Truman said. Could somebody find me a one-armed economist? On the other hand. and investment banker with 40 years of capital market experience. He was the principal negotiator for the rescue of long-term capital management. I didn't know that. His clients include a bunch of crap. Rickards has contributed as an environment. Okay, all right. He's written 5 books. I read all of them. In August of 2016, Rickards explained how he reached his $10,000 target for gold in a daily reckoning report headlined Double-Digit Inflation and the Rise of Gold. Here is an excerpt. It's not made up. I don't throw it out there to get headlines. It's the implied non-deflationary price of gold. So that's what he thinks is the wealth creation price of gold, in my words. Everyone says you can't have a gold standard because there's not enough gold. I've already read this to you. There's always enough gold. You just have to get the price right. That was the mistake made by Churchill in 1925. The world is not going to repeat that mistake. I'm not saying that we will have a gold standard. I'm saying if you have anything like a gold standard, it will be critical to get the price right. In this regard, Paul Volcker said the same thing. The analytical question is, you can have a gold standard if you get the price right. What is the non-deflationary price? What price would gold have to be to support global trade and commerce and bank balance sheets without reducing the money supply? The answer is $10,000 an ounce. The math is where I use M1 based on my judgment. You can pick another measure if you choose. I use 40% backing. A lot of people don't agree with that. The Austrians say it has to be 100%. Historically, it's been as low as 20%. So 40% is my number. If you take the global M1 of the major economies and multiply it by 40% and divide that by the amount of official gold in the world, the answer is approximately $10,000 an ounce. Now, if you go to 100%, you're going to get, using M1, you're going to get $25,000 an ounce. If you use M2 at 100%, you're going to get $50,000 an ounce. If you use a 20% backing on M1, you're going to get a $5,000 an ounce. So, of course, this was written a while ago, and money supply was not as great as it is now. I'm using a major economy M1. I'm using global major economy M1, 40% backing, an official gold supply of 35,000 tons. Consider Rickards' article was written in 2016. Then the money supply since then, the money supply has expanded by at least 50%. Maybe his gold forecast looks conservative to some. And that leaves the In Gold We Trust report, Money, Velocity, and Hoarding. In the 2020 report, the authors present their proprietary model to forecast gold. US dollar, M2, skip. They come up with a gold price of 8,900 by 2030. And then in the 2021 In Gold Trust report, they suggest if inflation should rise significantly, the 5-digit gold price, 10,000 or higher, is achievable by 2030. These are boring predictions. One of my favorite tools is to forecast future gold price simply by its previous bull market. Gold could well repeat its price action of the 1970s, which is the best and most recent secular bull market example we have. In that decade, gold went from $35 to $850, up 24 times. Using gold's low of $260 in 2001 and applying the same multiple of 24 generates a price of 6,240. So boring. Considering the current context of record sovereign debt levels, historically low interest rates, and unparalleled money printing, a gold rally north of 10,000 begins to sound pretty sane. I pointed out that the gold-silver ratio in the last bull market reached a mid-bull market low below 30 to 1 in 1976. By the time silver peaked at $50 in January of 1980, the gold-silver ratio had reached a new low of 15. Fast forward 15 to 1. Fast forward to the 2000 silver bull market. In April 2011, silver was once again near 50. That's when the gold-silver ratio touched a low near 30 to 1. I believe this ratio low, just like the mid-70s, marked the mid-bull peak of the secular silver market. Okay, yeah. I think the ratio will ultimately reach a final low near 15 again. I've said that, 15 and a half. That's what the British pound sterling was set, 15 and a half to 1. My gold peak prediction of 5,000 an ounce is just 2.5 times the August 2020 high. Assuming 5,000 gold and an ultimate bottom in the gold-silver ratio of 15, we end up with silver trading at $333 an ounce. Now let's assume gold goes to 10,000. If the gold-silver ratio only reaches a final bottom near 30, we still arrive at $333 per ounce for silver. And then he has the chart. And then he talks about it again. And then he talks about it again. And he gives charts of secular bull markets. And then he goes on again. And then he talks about interest rates. And then he talks about inflation. $300 silver to gold mining ratio. In early 2022, silver is priced approximately 75 ounces to 1 versus gold. So it takes 75 silver ounces to buy 1 gold ounce. It's at 100 now. But silver is being mined at much lower rates. In fact, it's lower by an order of magnitude. Consider that for each ounce of gold pulled out of the ground, just 7 ounces of silver are being extracted. That's stunning, considering that silver is so much cheaper than gold. So if we use a gold price of 1,900 and divide that by the current mining ratio of 7, you got a price target of 271. I wonder what it is if you start with 3,500 divided by 7, $500 an ounce. All right, then he goes on, and I'm already bored with his thoughts. I'm already bored with them. Oh, it's for the truck. All right, Barbara. Fortune favors the brave. Fortune does favor. Oh, here, Doug's got a question. Would you buy a Monster Box PSLV or split between the two? Without a doubt, I would buy a Monster Box if you don't own one. I'd buy a Monster Box of silver and maybe a sleeve so you can, a little container of 10 or 20 so you can open that up and look at them because you're going to want to look at them. But without question, I'd buy the Monster Box. Why is, I guess, just having it in your possession is a greater degree of independence than owning PSLV, which I think is great, in your brokerage account. Because in many scenarios where silver goes to the moon, gold goes up, the financial markets and financial firms, for example, JP Morgan or Merrill Lynch, could go out of business, a Bank of America. That's one of the risks of owning PSLV because it's in your brokerage account. And there could be times, scenarios, where everything goes haywire and your brokerage firm claims your assets to save their own neck. And then it goes into a lawsuit for years. I do not think that's a high probability, but it is a possibility. So I'd rather have a Monster Box if you don't have anything at all. Once you have some physical silver, I think the best ETF to own, the best physical silver trust is PSLV. It's hands down the best. There is a risk that Egon von Greyerowitz points out, which unfortunately I don't know how you get away from with any of the products that you buy. The majority of the silver in PSLV is held at the Royal Canadian Mint, it's the Royal Canadian Mint. So if Canada nationalizes silver or wants to take everybody's assets, that could get complicated. But there's no one answer. There really is none. That's why having it, if you buy a Monster Box, have it delivered, put it in the back of your garage. Don't tell anybody about it. It gives you a peace of mind that having something, it's out of the system. I think one of the reasons to own silver and gold and platinum and palladium is to get your assets out of the system. And if the system is going to collapse, which it very well may do, it may not, we may struggle through, but I think having assets out of the system protects you compared to anybody else that's there. Now, the problem with the Monster Box, it's not that big. It's heavy. It's not that big. But if you tell people, they'll come steal it from you. So you got to try to be quiet about it. You can really create scenarios in your mind where there's, you got frozen and you don't do anything. But if you own 500 ounces of silver at 300, that's 150 grand. I actually think silver is going to go much, much higher than $300. And I could imagine I could imagine silver going to $1,000. And everything's a cycle, so you have $500,000. And if you sell that, you might be able to buy a house. That's how I would think about a monster box. You can store the monster box, but that's cost. But don't get me wrong. I think PSLV is as good an investment as is available, for example, for your IRA or for your brokerage account. And I'm really encouraged. I think Donald Trump, I know you guys hate Trump, and I know truth and truth, Donald Trump and truth are oxymoronic, I know. But Donald Trump just had, he's not finished yet. He may be able to negotiate a peace in the Ukraine, but he's just had an amazing trip to the Middle East. What does that mean other than Trump derangement syndrome or whatever anybody wants to get off on? What it means is that Robert De Niro, Bruce Springsteen, the women of the House of Representatives, Kamala Harris's gay husband, I forget his name, Waltz, they can all continue to live in a world where the US dollar remains the currency that oil is priced in. I think his trip was amazing. And so I think it's going to buy time for us. Problem is, the Democrats and the Amy Coney Barrett, the judicial system, the feminization of America is going to continue full bore. And we're going to end up with AOC or maybe Kamala Harris again. And we're just headed that way unless Robert Kennedy can be our takeover for Trump. $500 rounds, that's good. I'm not up early. I'm dead tired. I am dead tired. Alibaba rumor true or no? I have no idea. I think it's really, I wrote it. I'm not going to repeat it. I'll let Ham talk about it. But I think it's, as it was described, it's a little hard to believe all by itself. So if it's true, Johnny, if it's true, I think it means there must be something else being announced in addition to that. But I have absolutely no inside track. I've heard what Ham said here, and that's it. I think the biggest bang up news would be if SAIC did a joint venture with Finger. And then along with that, you had a big, well-heeled partner come in for money. I think that would revolutionize the stock. It really would. What do we need to do to get the SEC's attention? Same thing everybody else does. Sex. You have to sell sex. You just got to get hot chicks to come down there and you'll get their attention. My opinion, and Ham will be coming on in a minute, but my opinion is we should narrow our focus to the over-the-counter markets all alone. No one cares about the over-the-counter markets. not the big banks. No one cares, not even the SEC. So I think what should happen is the federal government should take over the over-the-counter market and maybe put it in. I don't know about the SEC, but put it in the Coast Guard or put it in the I don't know. Have the students at the Naval Academy have it rotate from the Naval Academy to what? I don't know. Just have somebody enforce the rules of the Securities Act and make the over-the-counter market run on the rules. Maybe even make the over-the-counter market physical certificates only. Make it no high-speed train. Anyway, the whole long list. Ham's going to be calling here, or should be. That's how I would do it. I would just start with a smaller goal, and I would say that, look, the over-the-counter markets can be the engine that makes America great again. Imagine AI technology, imagine biotech technology, imagine healthcare technology, imagine anything that you want. Everything. Apple started in a garage. Microsoft started in a dorm room before it was stolen. Facebook started in a dorm room before it was stolen. Anyway, that's what I would do. Where's the dog? Where's the doggy? Oh, there he is. That dog needs a big hug. It's 8:01. I don't know where he is. William, it's Bernie Sanders. I have an important announcement. I'm endorsing State Senator Robert Peters for Illinois' 2nd Congressional District. Donald Trump's move toward oligarchy and billionaires. Yep.
All right, let's rock and roll.
All right. Can I wake up first? All right, you're live.
All right, everybody. I took the chart from bar chart, which it shows minute by minute the attack. I put it up, and you can see the amount of shares they sold to knock it down. This is a fraud like you never. These guys are so stuck. I should have a sign. I'll put it up in a little while saying that at $5 something like that. I forgot what I put. Don't get that up. I want everybody to know that you can see the level now, because what they did was so crazy. What they did there was unbelievable. Driving it down. It's so obvious. You can see what they're doing. I have a shareholder that's brain dead, and I won't give you his name, but he's like, who's selling? Who insiders is selling like this? And I told him, are you brain dead? Who sells like that? 50 cents on 200,000 shares is $100,000. These guys lost $100,000 just to mark it down. Why? Because 50 cents on 260 million is 130 million. Pretty easy math to see what they're doing. All right, so everybody heard the rumors about what's going on. What's my opinion on it? Where the smoke is fire. I can't verify it. It's coming from people that are in Asia. So again, where there's smoke, there's fire. I think that the stock is going to go higher. I think that these are just bullshit attacks trying to get people to panic. They don't want these options going into the money. I hope. We were on a call with William early today. I told a lot of people to roll them. If you were nervous, you have every reason to be nervous because you see the attacks. And I hope you did what you're supposed to do. For the gentleman that called last night, I forgot his name, Jamal, maybe? I forgot. Was that his name?
That was one of the guys, yeah.
He was nervous. He was paid. I guess he paid somewhere up here for it. If he was nervous, I hope he broke even and moved on, because I can't help you if you lose. We can only do so much for you. We could do that. Hold on one second, please. I'm just getting a call. Hold on. just sold a slide for the truck tomorrow for the company QNTM, and we're going to help design his slide. You know, we need to help spread the cost on these things, and you know, I really wanted people to see if they can donate something. William, you have what do you call it? What is it? What
Yeah,
is it
there's
account?
some people have put some money up, and
Yeah, you don't have to do a lot.
I have a
Everybody does $5,
Venmo
$10.
account.
Yeah, if you have $5 or $10, I need to collect another $500. The guy raised the bill on me because we called last
It
minute.
looks like we have 150 so far. I won't get it for
Listen,
another
whatever we
week.
can do, well, I'll just keep going.
Yeah.
I raised about 1,200 already, and I did that between 4 and here and ate dinner, and you know, trying to calm the dogs down here. But we're gonna put up some slides. They're gonna be pretty brutal. I think there's an SEC meeting tomorrow, and if anybody could retweet it, I think I saw it. If you just give me a second, everybody, SEC, let's see, I've seen something where they're having a meeting. Oh, here it is. Paul Atkins will be giving his opening remarks at the 12th Annual Conference of Financial Regulation tomorrow at 8:45. Where is he doing it at?
Is it at the Mayflower Hotel?
I don't see where it says where it is.
Maybe it's at his kitchen in a Zoom call.
It doesn't say where it is. If anybody can go through this document, see where the hell it is. SEC.gov on Twitter. There's a document here. This gives the agenda of what the hell they're doing. Get out of here now. If anybody can dig it up and just find out where it is, I'll get the truck in front of there, and we'll make sure Mr. Atkins gets a Bronx cheer for us. We'll give him the old Bronx cheer. And you know, this guy has been MIA talking about crypto. Meanwhile, the stock market's being looted. The Honor Trades keeps putting up that these guys want to approve this stuff and get naked shorting approved so they can bury it all. Listen, if they do anything like that, I am going to become Capybara or Andrew Left or whatever, and I'm going to spread all the stuff I can on the short side, and basically I'm joining them then, because it's ridiculous what these guys are trying to do. And you should tell everyone to get away from the equity markets if they don't do anything. I've been telling you this for a while. We've done everything they can. They do everything to avoid what we're saying here. But I got these two mutts fighting behind me. Get out of here. Yeah. So again, we'll find out where this is going to be held, and we'll get the truck there, and we'll try to get everybody on board and to see what we can do here to get them exposed here. I'm going to have to abuse President Trump. He deserves it. He's fixing everything but the things he needs to fix. All right, we're going to take care of him. If anyone has any ideas what they want to that they want us to say, I'm welcome. I'm open to hear whatever you have. And like I said, I just got $500 more. Okay, thank you. So again, if anyone has any ideas or anything they think we should say, please give me an idea on Twitter. You know, this is not easy to do all the time. We basically insulted the whole free world. There's not much more I can do. All right, we've done it all. These guys are a disgrace. And don't fall for FOMO. What is FO? Fear of
missing out.
Say no to FOMO. That's the SEC.
Fear of missing your mama.
You know, we could put something about that. Say no to FOMO. How about say yes to stock settlement? Say no to naked shorting. I don't know what to say anymore. This is like so childish that we even have to do this stuff. This is the world equity markets. Just think about all the money that Trump's bragging about bringing into the country that's going to go into these public companies. And, you know, small companies will just get contracts with doing well. They just rob them all. The stocks will go up and they'll just reshort them all down again. What's the matter?
No, you're right.
Does anyone have any questions? You know, I'm a little out of gas here. So if you got something,
I'm out of gas too. My head is pounding. My sense of humor is bad. When the finger report comes is it May 28th?
Someone posted that the CEO is at a webinar again. I don't know. Someone posted that to me. They said it's on Twitter.
He's hardworking. He is hardworking.
Yeah, I have a couple of, we have a couple of 5 You're Dead signs. We'll put them up and take care of short sell. I want everybody to know. People always ask you, where do you think the shorts have a problem? That's the common question, right? Well, I don't know about you, but $5 looks like somebody is like in a panic. Am I correct, William? What do you think? I mean,
I don't know. I think $7 breaking out would be huge. I think $8 would be definite. So anyway, somewhere in that range. But I don't know where they're in trouble.
Well, their actions on selling the stock will tell you. And what you saw today at 5 minutes to 4 tells you what's going on.
Yeah,
that's what it tells me.
It did seem that they wanted the compliance run to be down for 40 cents.
Right.
At the end of the day. Gretchen wants to know, was there something happening on the 13th? Trump announcing something? Did that happen?
Yeah, he announced everything but what we needed.
He's got a big, beautiful bill.
He's got a big whatever else he's doing. You can see what he's doing. He's basically tiptoeing around everything that. Listen, people, this is a massive problem. People are going to lose billions and billions of dollars. Are they dragging their feet for a reason? Yes, because trying to figure out what they're doing. Is he going to do something with it? Trump is a fool if he doesn't do something with it. As much as he thinks he's winning, everyone will see that the stock market is a complete sham and a fraud. People will give up on it. Everyone should give up on it. No one should be part of this.
Put Trump's picture beside Easton. Birds have flocked. I don't know. I think it's kind of Trump. He's not Jeff Easton.
Listen, he's being told what to do. Obviously, they don't know what to do. So again, that's where we stand right now.
The fraud is here to stay because the SEC will not make it go away.
That's a good one. What am I? What are we riddling now? We're going to make rhymes and riddles?
Well,
we're going to have the Riddler out there. We're going to have William. We're going to have you dressed as the Riddler from Batman.
It's not Bob Dylan. Do you think the $9 and $10 calls popped up because of the rumors?
I don't know. Listen, somebody knows something. Fidelity knows. They stop people from blocking. I think they know. I think Fidelity knows.
Save the companies that are already here.
Listen, people, we don't have time to be nice. They're going to be brutal, disgusting, and I don't really give a shit.
How about terrorists are dressed in suits and walking among us?
There'll be a lot of words of financial terrorist on the truck. That seems to get everybody, get them all riled up with the word terrorist, which they really are.
I feel traumatized. I need some time off. No, just kidding. Pick which amount you want to donate. I did the super sticker. Oh, yeah. The thank you guys, everybody.
What's today's date?
The 15th?
14th, 15th?
15th.
The last SEC litigation release was May 9th. Always look. They did one on May 9th, one on May 7th, one on May 6th. I mean, it's just... how many people work for this place? It's unbelievable. And not one of them is worth anything. It's just all these basic nonsense crimes. People, I'm sorry. We're both tired. We've been talking for days and days and days. You know, oh, it's a virtual meeting, my friend thinks. It's a virtual meeting.
Virtual out of his kitchen.
Well, we'll have the truck at the SEC at 8:30 in the morning.
Fidelity refused to sell me Finger since yesterday until now.
I don't know.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, no, we're definitely going to put something on their Fidelity and let them know. We're going to let abuse the SEC. We're going to abuse Atkins. We're going to abuse Trump. We'll have our stocks up there, and we have QNTN. The CEO. I have to tell you, the guy, I've been on calls with him. He is a guy that's fighting for everybody. I'm trying to set up a call for Sunday night, William, with the gentleman, the mining guy from Canada.
Yeah.
And
who you never introduced me to, but you introduced him to somebody.
I will. And we're going to get him and the CEO of QNTN. I think people need to hear what he's doing with West Christian, and what's the status, what's going on there. I think people need to understand that. And you get to see what's going on with him. You get to see what the guy's doing in Canada with naked shorting. And we'll get different voices. We can't just say the same shit every day. All right, but I think FingerMotion is going to explode. You can't beat the world. Where is that quote from, William?
That's Rick Roll. I'll try to find that. It's here while you're talking. I'll look for it.
That's another good quote. Listen, I'm going to get the call with Pat Byrne. We're going to have Pat Byrne talk about stock loan, okay, and how crooked it is. We're going to do a bunch of good things like that. So we'll get some good stuff out there.
So tired.
We got the company doing a special dividend coming up. The earnings are coming up May 28th. There was a story on, I think from the Chinese Newswire. It said FingerMotion, I think it said their earnings, whatever, was going to be fantastic or something like that. I forgot what it said. I sent the story to a bunch of people. Hey, come on, William. I'm getting tired. Let's go. What do we got?
You can't make America great again until you force settlement of the trades.
Yeah, we got something like that. His golden age.
Have you ever seen West Christian's share and tell data?
Do you want my opinion of it?
Yeah, I guess.
I give you the data live every day for nothing. They show you the spoofing. They show you that BAM and BAM Trader showing you good stuff. He can show you a lot of stuff. I just think that they're just showing you nonsense. They can tell you where the naked short is. Big fucking deal. Here's all that stuff.
Well, Jennifer, I've never seen it, is my answer.
I've been in their office. I know who they are.
Do you think Finger will run?
They're using sheets to tell you where the movement is, stocks, and to me, all his stuff is good for one thing. It's good for lawsuits. That's what it's good for. Because you have to present something to the court system. They want to see professional, not a mental patient like me or you telling, oh, here it is. I can see it here. This is that. What makes you think that? That's all you get. But listen, if anybody gets to discovery, it's all over with. Yeah, we got a picture of the woman, Fidelity, she got two horns like the devil. We can use that one. She's a piece of shit, too. Listen, tonight I got to send an email to my contacts at the Washington Post. Hopefully get a reporter over there, Bloomberg, Fox. We'll send it all to all of them, try to get them over there. And so they can see the truck and see the embarrassment themselves. We'll do that also.
Do you think Finger will run in the morning?
Yes.
Uh, I'm buying 25 calls tomorrow and stock.
Well,
Okay.
this is the way to do it tomorrow. I think the stock is going to go up. They'll push it. It's going to go through 5. They're going to push it down through 5, and then later on, it's going to take off.
So May calls will expire tomorrow. Would you buy June calls or May calls?
What would I do?
Yeah, what would you do?
When they push it down, I would be a buyer on the calls. Hey, hush up. But that's me. I play the front month. But I would do it. That's me. That's too dangerous for you guys. Most people, I hope 90% of the people are playing for free. Okay, if you haven't, then you got to just close your eyes and let it go. Tomorrow, if you want, you take whatever money you got left. You can take it off the table. Look what happened today. They pushed it down, closed at 450. They pushed it down, and then it came roaring back, and it almost went through 5. So for the poor people that sold down at 4, that's what they do to you. We tried to warn you. We all know. When BAM Investor said he expected the stock to go down and then back up, I pitched all those people, told them exactly what we thought the trading pattern would be, and there it was. So my people bought perfect stock. One friend told me he bought stock at 410. I didn't even know it went that low.
This guy says Iran allows stock settlement. Are they better than us? Maybe you could do something like no nuclear.
No, we don't want to get like that. We need to be we need to piss on the SEC and Donald Trump. We got to give President Trump and the SEC a golden shower. That's what they need.
The bid and ask on Schwab right now is 442 to 550. They don't want to buy it or sell it by accident.
Yeah, they don't want it. They want nothing. No one wants anything to do with it. They want nothing to do with it. Listen, everybody can see it. All I do is get phone calls saying, I can't believe that these guys are still trying. That's all they keep telling me. No one calls me up and says, I want to sell. They say they can't believe what they're watching.
Yeah, I like that. MSSA, make stocks settle again.
Mm-hmm. We got to spell it out. It's going to be a slide presentation at the front door of the SEC. We have to treat them like they're children. That's what we have to do. We have to be nasty, vulgar, you name it, we're going to do it.
This is
just
unbelievable.
Look at this is our government. That's what's going on.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
There's people's livelihoods at stake here. I don't have many job opportunities as I get older. Where am I going? I invested for a reason. I don't want to sell it at $1. I don't want to sell it here. I'm here for the gusto. I'm here to make money. And yet we keep getting abused by these criminals. I would love to meet them. I would love to see who's behind the curtain here. Come on, William. You got some sort of.
Everybody, most of this is they're talking to each other. There are some donations that should add up to something for the truck, and but there's really not any questions.
Crypto, I can't see on my glasses on it.
I know my problem is
some gentleman just put up a nice chart, nice color, green. You could see. I mean, they wanted this thing not to be green today at all costs. Who's Helkin Asahi? Whoever the hell that is. A great chart. A nice chart.
Rick Rule's observations. This is what he said. This is his quote. Your expectations for the future are conditioned by your experiences in the immediate past. The market is bigger than the morons who are trying to suppress it. That's what he said. He's talking about silver. And he's talking about how everybody, because silver's price is low, everyone expects it to stay that way. Well, it's the same story in these short stocks. The market is bigger than the morons who are trying to suppress it.
You know, they did a good job with silver for a long time. We don't have time like this. We have to move. I don't have time. We got to make this happen. We got to throw gasoline on this fire and make it happen. If the company could pull off the Alibaba thing, and that is true, that's going to make it happen, and it's over with.
If the rumor is true, what will it do to the stock price?
Oh God, everyone on this phone will wet their pants.
Or their diapers.
Whatever.
Short sellers killing America one company at a time.
Like I said, I'm going to put the truck up there, the picture again. The SEC, are you fucking blind? What the fuck are you doing in that glass building? Watching porn? Get off your ass and do something. I can't believe we put that on the truck and put it in front of the SEC. I can't believe it that we did that. And they still didn't say anything.
Yeah, it worked. Not.
I look at it, I read it again. I said, oh my God, we did this? Yeah, FingerMotion reports stellar performance amid Chinese market expansion.
Who wrote that?
It was in the Chinese newswire. It's on Twitter.
Wow.
And Martin Payne is doing something, and Martin Chen is doing something at some sort of conference.
So that's better than Crappy Barra's report.
Oh, stop with those guys. I have people that know someone who's paying Capybara to do it. Hopefully we get that out and let them handle it. They got the lawyers working on it. He's not getting away.
Are Anson and Virtue a huge threat to dump their newly acquired shares? Why?
No.
Why do they have to acquire to dump? They dump all the time.
Right.
What is acquiring?
I think Anson's out of business. People, if anyone bought shares, anybody's allowed to sell them. That you guys keep, stop listening to the bashes and things like that. If the company raised money, they did it to grow their business. If someone in the camp that put money into the company is a scumbag, what's the company going to do? They bought the shares, they're going to sell them. Who cares? No one cares. But it's up to the company to prove that what they're doing with the money is, a lot of these companies raise money and they don't do anything. GameStop, things like that.
How many of our buy orders go into dark pools and are not reflected?
Oh my God. It's just amazing what you see there, what's going on.
Okay.
Everyone saw that, that post where the orders went sideways, and all the buy orders were going into a dark pool. It was on Twitter with him. I sent it to you.
The cost to borrow per share is roughly $16. Is that paid monthly or annually?
No, it's got to pay monthly. You got to pay it all the time.
It's pro rata. I don't know what this question, it just comes over and over and over. Why Ham Photoshop the truck pic with Gary? What?
The person who took the picture is a shareholder. Right. He's a shareholder. He's donated money to the truck. He brings everyone. He took the picture of Mark Bazile in front of the truck also.
Yeah.
So I was not there, shithead. and that's why. And it was done by a shareholder, not me.
All right. So
Why? Why don't you give me your picture? I'll put it on the fucking truck tomorrow.
ask him, please. Is Patrick Ryan, whatever? Is Patrick coming back to fight?
No, he's coming back. He's going to come back and take a shit. What do you think he's doing? He said it on his fucking Twitter. People, stop with the stupid questions. All the stuff is here. We talk about it all the time. Patrick Byrne said he's coming back. Patrick Byrne is a fighter. He hates naked short sellers.
Okay, I didn't know.
It's on Twitter. I wrote to Patrick Byrne. I said, hey, Patrick, you never did anything as crazy as this. And he wrote back, he laughed, and then he came back with his comment. So as soon as he lands, he'll have a conference call. We'll do it again. So I told Busy Brands to set it up. Patrick Byrne is super tied in with Trump. Patrick Byrne is the one that brought Trump all the data on the election fraud. Patrick Byrne did that with his own money.
Do you think the $5 strikes will close in the money tomorrow?
Yes.
But that's a prediction, not a promise.
No, it's a promise.
All right.
If I break my promise, what do you want me to say?
I don't know. Can Trump pass a law to make fake dollar bills the same way shorts are making fake shares? Well, some argue they do it. They already do that. Paul Atkins, we got rid of Gensler. Now it's time for you to do your job. Well,
how about we replace one shithead with a bigger shithead? Listen, these are not our friends. Every day, like look at today, they marked it down 50 cents. What if you sold your stock down at 4 this morning? They robbed your money. They let it go on another day. Some poor investor lost money. Some poor investor lost money in options over nothing. Everybody's losing money over nothing, over security fraud that they're supposed to put police, and they're not doing anything.
If Finger starts to squeeze in the next week, what should we do with our June options? I'm new to options.
Put salt on them and eat them. What do you want me to tell you? Sell them. Do me a favor. Put them in the mail. Send them to us. We'll donate them for you. People, you buy something. If you buy something at $1 and it's $8, you sell them. Options expire. Stock is different. This stock can go from here to 20, and you got June calls. And it can go from 20 to 8. Your calls can expire, and then go 8 to 500. That's how it works. What they're doing for us, the best thing about it is no volatility. The shorts try to create volatility. What does that mean? The stock was going up, trading towards 5, and they blasted it down, right?
Right.
Create volatility. That's how they need to create volatility so people panic. That's why they blasted it down. They're not your friend. They're not there saying, hey, William's bidding $460 for 5,000 shares. He's been there all day. Oh, don't worry, William. We'll sell 200,000 shares at the market, so make sure you get your 5,000 shares at 460. That's not why they did it.
How about Trump together retake U.S. markets? Use his initials.
No, listen. Trump needs to be abused. He will be abused. We're going to make nasty signs. He will be abused.
Finger must be close. Shills from MMTLP are out, and they have nothing to watch. Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know. There are a lot of shills here. I'm just trying to ignore them. Go Panthers. What's a Panther?
A hockey team.
Oh, it is?
Hmm.
When a Panther calls, don't answer. Dump Atkins, replace with DNA. I don't know.
I'm going to put a picture of Atkins and say replace it.
Hey, why don't we just move our markets to Abu Dhabi? Trump was just there.
Right. If I had the money, I would do it.
Trump was just there.
I need $200,000 to go park myself in Abu Dhabi. In 2 months, we'll be able to get away from this shithole. But it costs money to go there, travel, and to do meetings. William's got great contacts there. We just can't get there.
Anyway, let's not talk about that. But I realized how many years have gone by today.
Mm-hmm.
There's the 77th anniversary of something today, this week. And I was there for the 50th. So it's years have gone by. Now that's funny, see, Megan. See, Megan's hoping your dogs are chewing on your brand new shoes. No, she didn't say that. Why are there two sets of rules for the shorts and then retail gets crushed?
Too long.
Yeah. I had several questions on G-Bucks, so I don't know if you want to.
Nah, listen, I just don't have the energy tonight. I have to, I got to get off the phone and go make the signs with a couple of shareholders and do that next. I just listen, people. I think the news is, I think something's coming, with the smoke, there's fire. Let's see what happens. Listen, the people I know, they're buyers, as you can see. They'll be buying more tomorrow. I hope we can break it through 5. It's tough to beat unlimited stock for sale, right? Mm-hmm. Stocks don't trade the way they were doing and then just get attacked like that. If you wanted to sell your stock at 490, you could have sat there at 490 all day and sold it, right? They're not trying to sell it. They're just trying to manipulate. That's all they're trying to do.
Dirty Doug Sifu from Virtue got kicked out from the NHL. He plays hockey?
Yeah. No, he owns the hockey team. He said some stupid stuff on Twitter. He's an idiot. I told you, his brother calls him an idiot. I know someone that knows his brother. His brother was telling people to buy VIRT. They did it, and they sold it at 40. I got him out. And they bought FingerMotion at 240 or something like that. Well, listen, everybody. I'm sorry we're out of gas. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go make these signs and get that truck ready for tomorrow morning. And they're gonna be brutal. We're not taking any prisoners here. Trump goes down, then I'm gonna make fun of Trump. Maybe I'll replace Trump with AOC. We might as well smack him around a little bit, right?
Replace the SEC with AOC.
No, that's not a place for her. She should be the president. We're going to take her picture and make it replace Trump with AOC. She'll fix the stock markets. We got to get the moronic Democrats to speak about it, because they'll speak about it not knowing what's going to happen to the stocks, because they're all going to scream and they have no idea how much money is going to be lost. That's the problem. But if we beat them one at a time, they can't beat us all. All right? They can't beat the world. People in Asia are buying it. And you know what? There's plenty of people there. They can't keep selling them. It's just going to end. The special dividend will come and it'll expose them. So I believe in the company. I believe they're going to do the right thing. And, I'm staying strong. All right, everybody, I'm out of gas. I'll speak to you tomorrow. Thank you for the donations. Like I said, we're not rich guys. We do what we can, and we appreciate any help. And I hope you guys, people that hopefully rolled their calls, I hope you learned a lesson how to do it. For those who didn't do it, we said it 50 times to do it to protect yourself against this type of fraud. There's no way you should be losing on any of these calls, the 5s, the 6s. It's just being manipulation, holding it down. That's it. We have nothing to do with it. All right, everybody, have a good night. I'm out of gas. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
He wasn't really going to take any of your ideas. All right, let's see what else you're saying. You're welcome, Korean Yoon. Where can we send you pictures? You can send it to my email that I've given out. You can put them on Twitter for Ham's link. I don't know how to do that, but you can just send it to Farrand Balanced at Gmail. I'm playing the drums. Sorry. I put a something here to dull the noise. Maybe you can explain how you got blown up on margin playing options. You can share good lessons of what not to do. Well, I've talked about it before. I wasn't on margin. I owned the stock FingerMotion, and I owned a bunch of calls. I think it was 3 different strike prices, and it might have been 4. I can't remember now. But I had a pretty big position in the calls, and the stock was strong. You guys hadn't yet attacked it, or you hadn't successfully attacked it. And I was sitting outside at this very nice, it's a beer garden, but in the morning it's a coffee shop. And I was sitting outside at an outside table with my dog, and the sun was very nice. And I was going through my positions, and I sold the out of the money calls for a profit. I got out of them, and I was debating what I should do. I didn't really want to roll them to the next month because it would be too expensive, and I thought the stock would be up, and I didn't put in any orders because I figured I'd be sitting there with my coffee, watching the open, watching how it was trading. I started receiving phone calls, Raman, on my phone from different people. Where are you? Why aren't you at the truck? Why aren't you at the SEC? The film crew is at the SEC. The film crew's waiting for you at the coffee shop. Where are you? Are you dead? The phone keeps ringing. How come you haven't gone yet? You better get over there. And then it was not just one person. It was the woman that represented the film crew. It was one of the people on the film crew. It was people that knew the guy originally calling. They were calling from Seattle. They were calling from Boston. They were calling from all over, from New York. Where are you? Why aren't you there? You better get there. They're doing the film. It's really important to get this film done. So I quickly walked my dog home, took as quick a shower as I possibly could, got dressed, and called an Uber. And I got to the coffee shop down the street from the SEC, and nobody was there. Nobody. But I raced, I got there. And then Catherine called, and this other woman called, and then I still got calls from the different people. The guy that was on the truck called, and I said, well, no one's here. Well, they're there somewhere. Well, I don't know. They parked way the hell, and they were walking, and they showed up with their equipment. And I bought them a bunch of crap for the coffee shop. And I sat there, and they did an interview with me, and they did a pretty good interview. It went on, I think I sat for that interview for about an hour and a half. And they're filming, looking at me. I felt like an idiot. People are walking by. And then they wanted to film the truck. So we walked the long, it's probably 2 blocks, but it's really one long block. We walked down to the front of the SEC where the truck was, and they started filming. They wanted me to stand there. They tried to do more of an interview. It was one of those directorship type things going on. Stand over there, do that. Anyway, that went on for a while. I don't know what time that got finished. Maybe 2:30, maybe 3 o'clock, maybe 2:30 is a better number. And no one had eaten. These are 6 or 7 people who had come up either from Georgia or from New York. One or the other, they were, those are the in between. They were either coming up from Georgia on their way to New York, or they were in New York on their way to Georgia. I can't remember. And I said, well, if you need something to eat, they had no money. I said, I'll buy you lunch. And so we went over to the Dubliner. It sat outside, and it was good to get to know everybody, the man, his wife, the younger guys. And, the whole time I'm sitting there distracted, trying to be a host. And I'm thinking, damn it, I should be home. Well, when they finally, and it's not their fault, but when they finally left, it was after 4 o'clock. So I got home, and the stock, you guys had driven the stock down 2 points, 2.5 points, something like that. So calls that had been in the money became worthless. But there were 2 sets of calls. One closed a penny above the strike price, 1 penny above the strike price. So E-Trade exercised all those calls. They exercised them all. It was a lot of calls. They exercised them all for a penny. And I called in Monday morning, and I said, look, I'm selling the stock, I'm bringing capital, I'm bringing cash in. I think I'll be able to get the account to 60% equity. And what you guys did Monday morning, you sold the stock down further, because I think it was something you coordinated with the options chain debt people and the brokerage firms. I don't know. But the stock went further down. And so E-Trade just liquidated everything. Just, and, I'm giving you a broad stroke because I don't remember all the actions, but they just liquidated it. So I had a huge loss, Ram, and I certainly appreciate your concern. I believe I lost 120 grand in that process. It wasn't because I was on margin. It wasn't because I'm ineffective in trading. It's because I wasn't sitting at my computer making the hard decisions, which I would have made. Instead, I was out fighting you and your ilk by working on this stupid movie that never came out. I don't blame anyone. I should have said, no, I'm not going. But I did go. I have been fighting for 3-4 years against people like you who behave extremely evil. Your behavior is evil, Raman. You and your space calls, your giggling, laughing women behind you, the lies you direct people to, and you have no creativity on your own. You can't put your name out there, so you're like a tick. You're like a tapeworm. You have to suck off of other people's hard work. You don't have your own ideas. And you just giggle and laugh and gloat when other people lose. You never, ever have tried to make a recommendation that helps other people. All you do is giggle, gloat, and brag that you've stolen from other people, and you laugh about it. So no, your characterization, what you're trying to do, Raman, is because you think you're smart. You're not, and that's the scary thing when people think they're smart and they're not. You're trying to imply to everyone that I lost my own money, so how could I be giving advice? Well, there's a couple of answers to that. The stock market is dangerous, particularly if you're trading with stocks which you and Double D and your laughing acolytes are colluding, cheating, manipulating. It's dangerous. And Jesse Livermore, you wouldn't know who he is because you've probably never read a book in your life. He made huge fortunes back when you guys weren't around, back when there wasn't a community of cowardly sycophants stealing and laughing about it. But he made fortunes, but he also lost. He also lost. And ultimately, as I said the other night, he blew his brains out at a party at a hotel. And so the stock market, even if you know what you're doing, you can lose money. And you're the only person here who implies you never lose money. You're the only one that's always right. You're the only one with arrogance. I would appreciate it, Raman, if you stayed the hell off my channel. I don't go to your space calls. Why don't you just go in that circle of little devils and little gremlins and spend your time wasting your life stealing, laughing, giggling, being a bully? Because when you swing into action, you're not swinging into action to help anybody. You're swinging into action to get paid. I'm not exactly sure what I'm accomplishing anymore. I don't think I'm finished. And I'm not sure when I meet my maker someday if I've done any good. But I'm almost certain when you meet your maker, you're going to have a hard time answering for the crap you've done. So, Raman, get the F off of my channel. I answered your question. You'll twist it around some other way. You'll plaster me all over your bloody Twitter, because you really are at the core a small, insignificant, worthless, at least in my eyes, human being. All right, I'll try to answer some of these. Why people sharing a fake article of J&M Financial that raised the outlook? Yeah, I think you're a shill too, but I think they're doing it. This is one guess, but there are these machines that Raman and his ilk use they turn them on. It's all computers. It's all high frequency. They hit the button sell, and the computers do their algorithms. Sell, back and forth, spoof. They go to other trading desks. They go to other they're just masturbating amongst themselves, but they drive the stock price down. But what they also try to do is they try sometimes to get the stock price going up so they can steal from you. Not you, you're one of them. But they do it so there's something to steal. And that's why Raman and Double D are active. The rest of them, there's a whole bunch of them. They're manipulating you. They're trying to get your emotions going. And they get kickbacks, they get paid, they have an agenda, and they inch forward on their agenda every day. They live very miserable lives. Unfortunately, we all only have so much time on this planet, and even those, speaking for myself, those of us who have striven, those who have stroved, the strivers amongst us, we even get to the end of our years and go, what the hell? What was that all about? What did I, So there's no easy way through it, life. But anyway, coming back to your question, they have these algorithmic computers that go into this high frequency trading, trading against patterns, trading against headlines. They try to get you, they have the stock go up a bit to try to get you pouring money in. So they have more to steal, and then they suck it down. But remember the saying. I'm trying to remember the saying right now. They want to go up by the elevator and come down by the stairs, something like that. I've used that joke about the old bull and the young cow, the young bull at the top of a hill, and there's a bunch of mares in heat down at the bottom, and the young bull starts racing down the hill because he wants to go, have his way with with one of these cows. And the old bull says, hey, stop, calm down. Let's walk. Don't run, let's walk. That's why that way we can with more than one. Why run down and blank one of them? We could have them all. And that's what they try to do. They try to get the stock up, but then they want it to go down slowly so they can suck as much money out in their geniusness as they can. Well, what happens on the other side is there's people that try on the long side to get the computers to turn on for the longs. And I would think that that article, that J&M article talking about 10 and 22 is one of the bad guys trying to get people to buy the stock so they can sell it off. They need to steal. These are thieves, and they live very empty lives, very empty. They think it's fun, but stealing at the end of the day is, well, I've never stolen, so I don't know. Maybe it's rewarding, but I can't imagine that it is. That's what I would guess is why they're giving the higher target, to get people to buy. So as it runs up, which is their pump, not anybody else's, as it runs up, they can maybe get the company to do a deal with them, and they get a lot of pay, and then they get warrants so that they can short against. I've been saying for a long time for Finger, we don't have enough information. And I think that information is going to come into focus right on or before June 1 or after, right around then, with the annual report. The two or three things Finger needs to do is simplify their story, which they're already doing. The last presentation Martin gave, they had it down to 4 items instead of 7 or 8. It's down to 4. So they're already trying to streamline their story. The second thing is they need to show that they can have revenues, cash flow, and earnings that are predictable, growing, and repeatable. So that sounds like the same word, but it's not. They need to show that their earnings are not, or their cash flow is not going to be lumpy. So quarter to quarter to quarter to quarter, it's repeatable. It's forecastable as growing, and that those forecasts are predictable, that they come in as predicted. So that then allows the stock, particularly if they're earning money, to achieve a whole new level. And then the criminals are unable, or they just go away. They don't want to short against a stock that has that success. Their whole thing is to get companies to issue more and more and more stock, regardless of how good the story is. And anyway, it's a long answer, but I think that report was put out there to try to get the stock up so that people would buy in a fear of missing out, as Ham pointed out, the FOMO. And then as it goes up, they're selling stock that doesn't exist, they don't own, they're not going to deliver, they don't borrow, they're selling into it. And then they have a big cash balance, and bunch of fail to delivers that the SEC doesn't care about. So then one of the guys can call Roth Capital and say, hey, we'll buy 10 million shares from FingerMotion at 275. And so they've made this huge profit. That's what I think that was for. But what the rumors we just heard, which I can't make sense of, I wrote it down, but I cannot believe that the I cannot believe the stock price that was quoted could be real. If it is, this is the first time, and this is what all CEOs have to do. CEOs have to stick to their guns about what the per share value is of their company, because guys that work in concert, as soon as a deal is pre-announced, because the SEC requires deals to be pre-announced, letter of intent, material information, that gives the criminals plenty of time to sell stock they don't own, they don't borrow, they don't deliver, they don't have any intention of delivering. They do it under the reg show exemption that they got through Congress with money. And what the goal is to bust the deal. Bust the deal. So then the company's in trouble. The company was up on the basis of the deal, but they've busted the deal because whoever was being acquired says, wait a minute, you told me you were going to give me 1 million shares at $10, but now your stock's $1. I want 10 million shares. And then they don't do the deal. Then the company is in trouble and the stock just goes down to next to nothing. And that's what Raman's in here doing. That's the guy that you're listening to on your space calls. And I think it's why you're here. I think that's why you're here. But it wears me out. There's some good people here, a lot of good people. And then you come in here with your evil. I keep trying, I keep as hard as I can. I keep remembering that each of you are human beings. And so you're behaving, you're possessed by evil right now. You're behaving in an evil way. But you're still God's children. So I can't call you personally evil. Or I can't call you any of the things I really want to. But that's my answer to you. I think it's part of their pump, trying to get the stock up so it sells off, and so they can sell it off. They can go to Roth Capital and say, hey, we'll cross some stock with the company and Bob's your uncle. And that happens all the time. It might not work this time if the rumors are true. To me, this rumor that and I'm not going to repeat it, but the rumor that Ham put out today, to me, if that rumor's true, it implies that there's another piece of news we don't know about. And if that rumor's true with those price levels, that other piece of news is going to be huge. And if that is true, these guys playing this game with the research are going to be blown out of the water. So it may not work. They control everything, but the reason they come on here, they don't, when I say they control everything, they control almost everything. But what they can't control is a surprise change in the value of the stock. A recognizable change overnight in the value of the stock. They can't control that. And they can't control if the price starts running upward with power. They can't control that either. And that's where the buy-ins come in. That's what they're scared of. That's what they're scared of. Do you ever feel badly for folks who listen to you? All the time. All the time. It's an interesting point because it's a circular argument. The shills work with the criminals, and the criminals are doing everything they can do to destroy a stock. The list is legion. The most recent one that I think's a shame is MMAT. This was a powerhouse of ideas and patents and solutions for the modern world, and the shorts just obliterated it. Northwest Bio is another one. It's a cure for cancer, and the shorts obliterated it. And the stories are endless. But so you come on and you work in conjunction with the rest, and you don't use your own names because you're all dicks. But then you say, oh, it's your fault. You're recommending the stock and it's down. Number one, I don't recommend these stocks. I talk about them. I give my best sense of them, but I don't give financial advice because I don't know anybody here. But as Sprott Asset Management, no, it's not Sprott. It's this guy, David Smith. Always remember that no matter where you get the information necessary to move you towards your investment decision, do the research, do the arithmetic. The decision must be yours. So I get tired of it. In fact, I'm bored of it. I don't want to waste my life alongside of yours. I don't want to waste my life alongside of yours. I started to do this believing that the system still worked on Wall Street, and I wanted people not to experience you. But as it turns out, people would rather be kind to you and blame everything on a guy like me, the preponderance of people. And I start realizing that retail just wants to be fucked. But I can't do anything. All I can try to do is educate. And sure, I feel badly for people who listen to me, yes. And I feel really badly for people who had to listen to me answer you. Why did Ham share this fake J&M financial pump piece then? I don't know. I don't know if it's a pump piece. You asked me my opinion. I don't know if it's fake. You're the one saying it's fake. I have no idea. Look, Belize, if that's really your name. If you don't want to be in Finger, get the F out of it and move along. Go invest in GME, AMC. Just move along. I don't know why he shared it. Maybe it's a real piece. Maybe it's not fake. I don't know. MMTLP is not going to win. It's not going to win. But I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Could it win in court for fraud securities fraud or wire fraud or other violations of securities laws? Yes, it could. You could win in the court cases, but the majority of that money is going to go to the attorneys, and probably what's left over, you'll get a postcard in the mail with, you got to sign or call a number and you'll get your check. But MMTLP is not going to win, in my opinion. To try to keep it short, I own MMTLP. I bought 4,260 shares at $8. And I walked the halls of Congress, and I did a lot of work on it. But I think Ramen in Soups, and his laughing witches, and the slatternly sidekicks of his, and Double D, they were very effective in getting people to do nothing. There was a guy here the other day that he insists he has NextBridge and it automatically converted. That's because he's listening to the liars. These men, and there's some of these slatternly women, they are being paid to lie to you, and they don't care about you. But, you know, that's life. If you want to listen to them, listen to them. They have been extraordinarily successful in getting people to sit on their hands. The obvious choice in MMTLP, you had a situation which I think they've successfully made, because you've listened to them. I think that they've protected themselves. But you had a situation I feel so sorry for people. I'm going through it, but I've already written it off. I'm not addicted to wanting something out of MMTLP. I don't think it's going to happen. So I'm going to guess, nobody knows the number. There's possibly, between Torchlight, MMAT, MMTLP, there's possible, and then now NextBridge, there's possibly 2 billion securities entitlements in people's accounts. Not shares, securities entitlements, which, because of Bill Clinton's actions, his administration, this is legal. It's been legal since 1994. Bill Clinton. But, you know, Trump and Truth Social is an oxymoron. So there's as many as 2 billion MMTLP securities entitlements in people's accounts. It could be 650 million, but I've heard numbers over this. So it could be that many, but we don't know. And Wagner doesn't want a consolidated audited trail because she thinks it violates privacy laws. Nowadays, wherever you walk, in a busy street, an ATM, an airport, train station, they know where you are. Your privacy is violated. But she wants to draw the line protecting the strategy of the criminals. That's good lawyering. It's good lawyering. So anyway, what the obvious thing to do with MMTLP as a group the obvious thing to do was to move these so-called securities entitlements into private, physical, real shares of NextBridge Holding, which is 165 million shares. But Double D and Ramadan Soups convinced you to do nothing. So there were several reasons to do this. The most obvious is go claim your asset. But less clear, one of the threats to the shorts was if NextBridge knew who their shareholders were in full, they could go to Congress and say, look, here's our 165 million shareholders. Everything else is a fraud. But they were very good at convincing you not to do anything. It would have helped enormously for Greg McCabe to be able to do that. But he didn't get that chance because the paid conspirators were successful to get you to do nothing. The other thing is what the conspirators have done. And by the way, I've heard that Double D is going to get $1 million for his work. Maybe Ramadan Soups is going to get it too. I don't know. I've just heard these things. I'm not saying they're true. The conspirators, have called in to the company and they threatened the lives and the health of people in the company and their families. And many of the people just left the company. They said, I'm not dealing with this shit. But you still listen to these people on space calls. But hey, retail likes to be fucked. It's like some Stockholm syndrome. The conspirators also threatened the university lands people, their health, their families, their lives. And the leases were not renewed. The company is going to Roth Capital, who I know the guy. He's a friend of mine. And I do believe that guy would honor the request to not raise money from the criminals. But how do you know? How do you know? They've got this gravelly voiced guy that admits that he used to do this shit up in New York, but now he's a hero. And he wants NextBridge to trade on blockchain. But nobody sees the trap there. I do. Derivatives. They've purchased time which is what they needed by getting everybody to sit on their hands and do nothing. So they've actually gone to Germany, as I understand it, and they got one share trading, and now they're actually selling shares of NextBridge. So the whole thing is corrupted because Double D and ram it on in soups got you to do nothing. Well, what does that mean? I'm tired of explaining it. They won. They won. Their tactics won. And I don't care to fight them about it. They just won. There's nothing to talk about. 3 years have gone by, and that's what they needed, time. What I'm talking about, by the way, is the security side of this, the settlement side of it. I'm not talking about the fraud and securities fraud. That can be quite fruitful avenues to try to get money back. But that's the legal system. That's the legal system. That's not the financial system. And they're completely different goals. In the legal system, the lawyers take 40 to 60% of the profits. In the financial side, they probably take 30% of the profits. But boy, they get paid. Retail gets screwed. So what does it mean, Dave? What you've left, because you listen to these liars, what you've left your attorney, who you can't afford, so it'll be a class action suit, maybe a West Christian, maybe somebody else. They're going to go into court if they have their time to argue, Your Honor, my client was cheated because Jessica Hopper stopped trading on Friday, December 10th. Or was it the 9th? I can't remember. The Friday. Or was it Thursday? Now I'm losing my dates. She stopped trading Thursday morning. It was Thursday morning, T+3, because that was Thursday, T+2, Thursday, Friday, Monday. Yes, so she stopped at Thursday morning, the 9th. And the judge and the other side, probably the same attorneys working for the conspirators who work for the SEC, the attorneys are going to say, well, wait a minute, Your Honor. Jessica Hopper found this rule at FINRA that said that FINRA had a right to stop trading if there was a belief, and it's in their own judgment, that the settlement could not happen, in this case, on Tuesday the 13th, I think. So FINRA made that judgment, and there's a rule there. I think FINRA misled people, and possibly FINRA was trading their own book. That's a different issue. That's a lawsuit. But the argument about whether or not FINRA could stop trading or not, I think they win. There's no reason not to believe FINRA that they had a right under this rule to stop trading. Now, they argued that the trading had to stop because the settlement couldn't occur, because if you traded Friday, it was too late. If you traded Monday, it was too late. They elided the obvious fact that people could trade on short settlement. But that's something a lawyer would probably win on in court. I think it's a very weak argument. And I think the lawyers, the powerful attorneys who represent the co-conspirators, the same ones that represent the SEC, they'll win on that issue. So what are you left with? You're left with the right to convert your MMTLP into a share of Nexbridge. That's your right. No one's exercising it. No one's exercising it. Probably out of the 165 million shares, maybe, and it's been a while since I talked to anybody about it, but it may be that 65 million, maybe a little more now, converted. Mostly the big investors who know the best, but most people didn't do anything. All right, so then you've left the attorney with the argument. Fidelity owes me, Your Honor, Fidelity owes me shares of Nexbridge. Well, the other side, the attorney's same firm works on both sides of the aisle. The other side says, well, Your Honor, Dave R. never asked for his shares. We stood ready and willing to provide shares for 3 years. He never asked. Well, your attorney will say, well, Your Honor, it's supposed to be automatic. Double D and Ramadan Soups told us it was automatic. It was a responsibility of the firms to do it automatically. And the attorneys for the conspirators will say, well, actually, Your Honor, FINRA put up a fact sheet, and you can find that fact sheet on the website of, also on the website of Nexbridge. And it's incumbent on the unit holder to request the transfer. It's not automatic at all. It has to be proactively asked for. I see. Okay, let's enter that into evidence. Okay. So, Your Honor, we go back and we say that Dave R. had 3 years to ask for his shares. He never asked for them. So I'm not a lawyer, but under, Scott versus Plessy Railroads in 1721 in Nebraska, they ruled that if a person left their bag at the baggage claim, they entered into a bailment. I think it's called bailment. And if the bailee, we're the bailee, I think. If we didn't request our suitcases from the bailor, we forfeited it if we didn't request it in 15 days or 60 days. And it's on the check. So I think they're going to win on that too, because I don't know about you, but 2/3 of the people out there never asked for their shares. So I think the lawyers are going to win on that. They're going to say they never asked. We stood ready to deliver, but nobody asked. So we had to shut up shop at some point, Your Honor. The other thing that they're going to argue, and they've already started doing it, they're going to argue that Nexbridge is, in fact, a publicly traded company. They've got Johnny Tobacco in there to get it trading, so it is a publicly traded company on blockchain. But what's the difference? It's trading. They have Roth Capital trying to do a secondary, which will mean that it gets trading at some point. So they're going to argue it already is, they are already arguing this, that it is a trading company. Therefore, the 2 billion securities entitlements in MMTLP and Torchlight and MMAT should just transfer as security entitlements against NextBridge. Right now, they're having a hard time with that because, in fact, the stock doesn't trade, and it's really not a public stock. But should they ever succeed in getting the stock trading, they'll just move all of that over, and it'll appear in your account. Whatever and just like the gentleman the other day has no clue because he listens to Double D and ram it in soups. Fidelity apparently changed the name MMTLP in people's accounts to NextBridge Hydrocarbons. It's just a securities entitlement. It's not shares. But people, and it's automatic. That's from Double D. It's automatic. Bullshit. Read the fact sheet. So the lawyers, powerful lawyers, Baker, Hostetler, Gibson Dunn, Dewey Cheatham, they all work for the SEC. They all work for the Kramers. They all work for Stevie Cohen. They all work for Goldman Sachs. They're going to win on all those arguments. I don't see how they lose, particularly since you abandoned your security. You didn't do anything about it. Finally, if for some reason the judge found merit in the argument that the brokerage firm and FINRA cheated us, and we should have been able to participate in a short squeeze, there isn't a judge on the planet that's going to allow the speculation, in my judgment, of a short squeeze that did not happen, that it would have happened, and if it happened, the stock would have gone to $30,000. It's not a judge in the world that's going to grant a payout on speculation. I don't think. But that argument about the short squeeze is going to end up in a court somewhere, not in an argument on, I guess this argument I'm talking about will be in court. But I'm saying that argument about the short squeeze will end up as a fraud issue or something like that. It'll be a different category. I don't think that's winnable in this regulatory we got cheated way. The only thing the company, the broker-dealer had to do was give you a chance to convert your shares to NextBridge, and nobody's doing it. It's the funniest thing. But anyway, let's say the judge says, well, you know what, you're right. You sat on your ass. You never asked for your shares. It says it right on the FINRA website that it's your responsibility to ask. But you're one of America's dunderheads. You don't know what you're doing. So I'm going to rule that you got harmed. So then the judge goes to the Gibson Dunn attorney sitting across from you, working for the conspirators, and then to your own attorney, who's is somebody else that works at Gibson Dunn or some related law firm. They all know each other. It won't be specifically Gibson Dunn. It'll be Baker Hostetler. And your attorney will say, Your Honor, well, we think the harm is that it's $1,000 a share. Well, how do you come up with that? Well, we think part of the harm is that we should have been able to trade in a short squeeze, and we have numbers here showing the stock traded at 24,000 before they halted trading. and the judge will say, I already ruled on that. I'm not going to give money on a short squeeze. What's the real harm? Not speculation. Well, Your Honor, we think the real harm is $600 a share because the Oro Grande prospect is potentially the world's largest onshore discovery in the last 30 years. And we've done a calculation here. If it's 10 million barrels, 3P, we've done some analysis here and we come up with a number of $600 a share. Okay, she goes to the lawyer on the other side. What do you think? Well, Your Honor, we think this is out of line. This is preposterous. There's no evidence that there's any oil in the Oro Grande to this extent, number one. Number two, they didn't drill any deep wells over the last 3 years, but between now and when they lost the lease. Number three, the most recent transaction we can see that was done between people that know the oil industry and are close to the company was done at $1 or $2 a share. So the company has very little cash flow. There's no proof that this asset is there. So, Your Honor, we think at most the so-called harm might be $1. But furthermore, we claim that there's no harm, Your Honor, because each of the other side's clients had an opportunity to convert into NextBridge as a private company, and they didn't do it. But right now, NextBridge isn't trading, so it's very difficult to assign a value to a company that's fighting to stay out of bankruptcy. We're not going to win. We're not going to win. Stop dreaming. Write off your MMTLP. The other side won. Double D and ram it on in soups won. And they'll have a big payday. I do think, now let me give you the optimistic side. I do think shares of NextBridge are going to be valuable. As long as Greg McCabe doesn't listen to Johnny Tobacco, does not listen to Johnny Tobacco, and stays private, I think the shares of NextBridge could be worth, ultimately in the next 7 years, hundreds of dollars a share. If they do a deal with Roth Capital, I hope it's done privately. And if I ever get footloose and fancy free again, I'm going to go try to buy Greg McCabe dinner or coffee in Midland, Texas, and I'll try to talk to him as a friend of the company. I don't want anything out of it, but I think NextBridge shares can be really valuable, but they have some hurdles. They have to get away from the conspirators' efforts to separate the company from its asset. That's also, they can make money. They'll come here and make fun, but they're trying to make money. Remember, they're frozen too. I think the Southern Louisiana plays all by themselves could be worth tens of dollars a share to you. So I think there's optimism there, but it's in NextBridge. It's not in MMTLP. The other bit of hope I'd give you is I think that lawyers like Wes Christian can win these fraud cases, these securities violations cases. But that's a whole different path. And I think you can have a huge payday from that. But it's going to settle. Nobody will go to jail. And it's probably not going to be as big as we all dream of. But it could be something. But stop, please stop dreaming that MMTLP is going to be a big payday for you. The regulators don't care. Congress doesn't care. They just want the noise to go away. And what Fidelity did, in one sense, is legal. They're allowed to pool Torchlight. They're allowed to pool MMAT. They're allowed to pool MMTLP. MMTLP started trading under fraud too. That's another big fruitful area. But they're allowed to pool these at the DTCC so that the real shares might be 165. Let's say Fidelity's the only company in the world. They can pool the 165 million shares up at the DTCC, and then they can lend out, they can hypothecate and rehypothecate and rehypothecate under Bill Clinton's amendment to the UCC. They can do it 10 times, 20 times. They can do it. It's legal. Anyway, I'm not going to, I got to move on. It's just so boring. Why are you scared to call Double D Drew Diligence? I'm not scared to. Not scared to. I don't know what relevance it has. My nickname for him is Double D. Why are you scared not to put your real name on this call? Whatever happened to Go Logic that has small large change? Is there any comeback at it? Logic, this is the simplistic view of what happened with Logic. Logic, which was run by Brent's son, and this isn't exactly correct, but Logic split into two companies, Go Logic and Logic. Go Logic was largely their Southeast Asian operations, and they had a large asset management firm out of the Middle East, I think, and Australia. They also had the technology that powered, it was AI technology, that I think powered some fintech and some wallets. I'm trying to remember the name of it all. But that was Go Logic. And then Logic was largely the North American assets, but there was worldwide assets and there was some overlap. So Logic came up to the States, and Chadron Financial Advisors and Aubrey sponsored a SPAC. Aubrey Advisors sponsored a SPAC. So Logic split in two. They split in two. And Data Logic was sponsored as a SPAC. Logic stayed behind essentially almost as a show. I'm not going to go through it, but my opinion is Aubrey Advisors stole, along with their clients and Chadron and the lawyers, they stole the entire market cap, both of Data Logic and Logic. And they did it on purpose. They set it up, and then Logic sold itself to MedLab Essentials, and I think MedLab Essentials is part of the theft and the criminal action. So I think a capable CEO, Peter Boards, I've never met him, but he came in to run Data Logic. The guy from the American Stock Exchange did a daily email to everybody saying, look, if it can just get up, it'll trade up and all that. I saw the deal when it came out. I said, the stock's going to go to a penny. I said it in anger. I didn't actually think it'd go to a penny. I think I also said it's going to go under $1. And at the end of the day, collective audience is what DLQ became. Collective audience is worthless. Maybe they can recover somewhat. Logic is dead. Logic is destroyed. The American Stock Exchange guy hasn't talked to me in a long time, but I've heard that he and others, not just himself, others too, believe that Logic can maybe get to 20 cents. I don't think so. I think that's all dead. So then what happened on the GoLogic side? Well, GoLogic divided in two as well. They divided into the assets, which were in essentially Southeast Asia, Middle East, Australia. But I don't know what's happened since because I've had no updates. But then they had the GoLogic shell. Just like there was a Logic shell, they had the GoLogic shell. GoLogic kept its technology, and I forget what it's called, the GoLogic app. I can't remember what it's called. The GoLogic AI app or something, whatever it's called. And they had a deal to reverse merge into recruiter.com, RCRT. And that went a long way down the road. It ended up that a lot of investors got to know each other, some that were investors in FingerMotion and other stocks, some that were brand new, and some maybe through Univest, I don't know, it's New York connections. They all got involved, and the CEO of recruiter.com suddenly became the CEO of a company called Nixie. So they transferred the GoLogic app. Originally, it was meant to go in recruiter.com, but that app, I believe, is still now with GoLogic, but they licensed it or they gave it entirely to Nixie.com. And the CEO of recruiter.com, he had run it into the ground. He got something like 250,000 shares free to trade of Nixie. I've heard he's out of those shares. I don't know if it's true. I have no idea. I haven't followed the filings. But he made a pretty penny for being a loser CEO. And he did that video about trapping the shorts. He's another one that just comes here to take advantage of you. In my opinion, I don't know the guy. He might be a great guy. So GoLogic's asset has become, I don't know about the key part, but a key part of the Nixie story. So I think Nixie is going to be a huge success, both in short, medium, and long term. I think it's really unfair that as the game started going and picking up speed, that Logic shareholders were left behind. And that's just how it is. Nixie has, I don't know, a dozen large shareholders, and I don't know how many of us who bought shares. But it's completely disassociated with Logic. It's also disassociated with GoLogic. So as far as I know, GoLogic may have a tiny income stream from licensing, but I think GoLogic is a shell and really doesn't have anything in it. Now, it's been a long time since I spoke to Brent, and I offered to build Logic as a shell, and I know what I would do. I'm not going to tell it out loud. I told some people what I would do, and it seems to be a little bit of the strategy a couple of the other deals are doing, so I'm just keep my mouth shut. But instead, Brent sold Logic to this company, Med Elements or something like that, which I think is part of the Aubrey sting. And Logic's going to do a huge reverse split to get on NASDAQ. Everybody's going to be wiped out. It is a complete shirking of responsibility. And it's a disaster. I think Logic didn't have to end up this way, but Brent made a decision rather than coming to maybe even to us. Brent decided to let Logic go to these guys, and that's his mistake. I think he has to live with it. Unfortunately, we have to live with it. So that leaves GoLogic. And I said to him, well, since you have given up Logic to this guy, is GoLogic still a shell? I'm willing to go take GoLogic and make it successful. I haven't heard back yet. And the fact is that Brent Sun, for a while, was the CEO of Logic, of Data Logic, of GoLogic, and of what's now become Nixie. So he had 4 hats to wear, one guy, and it was just hard to get everything done. It's changed now. Nixie has a new CEO. Data Logic has a CEO. But I think Aubrey Advisors maintained control of the steel on behalf of their biggest investor, Polar. It's all there. So that's a very long answer because it's complicated as to why. But Brent abandoned Logic. I think he's abandoned GoLogic for now. I don't think he's abandoned it forever. But it's just a show. GoLogic is essentially just a show. I own shares of GoLogic. It was this thing called Lovara before it became GoLogic. And I got those shares by owning Logic. And then I bought some. And I think GoLogic is worthless. But I don't think that's the whole story. Just like any show, at the moment, it doesn't have anything. But GoLogic can become something good. Just like G-Bucks is trying to do. That was a shell, essentially. Just like Nixie's trying to do. The recruiter.com shell became Nixie. So there are ways to build up value. But at the moment, GoLogic has no value. And to build it up, I think will at least take 18 months, probably more like 3 years. But that's my answer. Were you okay with Anna never going in AST until trade station filled, so then she could attempt and sue? Seems like you want everyone to enter AST while your friends wait and sue, correct? Are you a real person? How old are you? Is this really what you do with your life at your age? I don't care what you do. Do whatever you want to do. But the consequence of not having 165 million shares go to AST is you left Greg McCabe with his dick in his hands when he goes before Congress and when he goes to raise money. And you made his job infinitely difficult to create value for you. But if you think that's fine, that's fine. If your argument is that the best thing to do is to hold on to the chit, just hold on to the chit that has a bunch of rules on it. Just hold on to it. Don't go collect your shares. If you think that's the best thing to do for you, go ahead. But you should know this chit has no value. It has no management. It has no assets. And it's expired. And if and when the shares at AST are all spoken for, you don't have anything. You have something you can show in a class action lawsuit, but you can't afford the attorney. Well, maybe you can because you're being paid by the criminals. But most of us can't afford the attorneys. So you wait for a class action suit to happen. I don't know. I'm not privy to all of the information between Anna and Mark Bazile. But I do know that Anna moved at least a portion of her shares to AST, and she kept some out as well at one time. I don't know what she did at the end of the day with the shares that were out. And so she moved some, but she didn't move the others. And maybe on the advice of her attorney, that was the best way to file that lawsuit. I admire Anna for filing a lawsuit. She's doing it on behalf of you and everyone else. I don't think Anna's doing it solely for her own benefit. I met Anna walking the halls of Congress, and her father in particular, but her parents in general, taught Anna to fight for what is right and what is just. Her father in Georgia, a white man, stood up for and fought for what we now call African Americans when no one else was doing that. So it's deep in her blood to fight and do the right thing and be a leader, unlike you, who's a miserable excuse for a human being. You're not listening. You're not listening. And I think you're doing that intentionally. If you don't have your shares of NextBridge at AST, you don't have anything. If you're listening to you or the devils or Drew Diligence, you're being sold a bill of goods. But if you want to be sold a bill of goods, please be sold a bill of goods. You make it so much more difficult for Greg McCabe, but I think Greg's going to see it through anyway. But thank you for your question. And I'm sorry you're wasting your life. You look like a 60 or 50-year-old guy. And this is what you're doing with your life? You're like me. You're wasting your life. God. Did Berta and McCabe know assets were worthless when they sold? They never paid royalties for the last 5 years? No, they didn't know the assets are worthless at all. They didn't sell. So if you don't mind, I'm not going to spend any time answering your question because what you're saying is false. It's a canard, and you're just wasting my time. I was an investor in Torchlight from something like 2010. I don't remember now. I bought it in the open market. I traveled down to Dallas, and I think there was another city. I went up to Oklahoma and met the geologist on their small position. I met the senior people at Ring Energy. And I did that trip 4 or 5 times. I never met John Berta. I spoke with Berta on the phone several times. And I did get a lot of investors into Torchlight, but I could not get my associates in London interested in raising money for Torchlight. I studied the presentations. I studied as much geologic data as I was shown, and I'm no genius reading that stuff. But there's no doubt in my mind that the early investors, McCabe, Berta, and others, totally believe that Masterson, who was the geologist whose theory worked over in the Delaware Basin, which is the formation of many fortunes and companies, Masterson's study of the analog called the Oro Grande, I think they absolutely believe it's worth enormous amounts of money. It's you and your criminal coterie who have caused all this negativity because you're caught. You guys are caught. So you're just playing your best hand. But frankly, I don't think you should be putting your daughter on the pictures that you're showing the world. McCabe sold 6.7 million shares the last few days and weeks. I didn't know the exact amount. And I heard well afterward, probably the stock I bought might have been from McCabe. Now, you're obviously not somebody that's ever built anything in your life. You're just a stealer, a chiseler, a thief. But McCabe has built oil and gas businesses for 60, well, not 60 years. He's probably in his 60s. So for 40, 45 years. And one of the things that as an oil man you do is you make sure you have cash. Now, as you know all this, but you play dumb and you put out part of the facts so that everyone can lose confidence and do nothing so you win. I don't want you to win. But MMTLP, Torchlight got destroyed by you all. So Torchlight never had a chance to prove up what the dinosaurs deposited. I can't remember the age of the rock in the Permian. So Torchlight was left with a shell as one of its assets. And John Berta, I think very wisely, cashed that asset in by doing a merger with a private company called MMAT. What did you all do? You destroyed it. You shorted MMTLP by selling stock you don't own. You have no intention to deliver, and you did it in such size that it crushed MMAT. And of course, their board and their lawyers go to types that are like Jeff Easton, like Ari Rubenstein, and they take the financing and they destroy their own company. It's a sad thing you guys do. It's a vicious, vicious thing you guys do. But when Torchlight, as the shell, did the reverse merger or into MMAT, it becomes MMAT. The highly imaginative technology company called Meta Materials, Applied Technologies, they had no use for the Oro Grande or the Hazel or the other little piece of property up in Oklahoma. So what they did is they put the assets, the oil assets, in a stub partnership, and they gave it to all the shareholders. It sat in the shareholders' accounts with zero value. Why? It had no value in terms of a publicly traded company because it didn't publicly trade. So there was no reference point for the computer to give a value. It just sat there. Now, this was distributed to the shareholders so that MMAT could get along with their business. But you know what you all did? Because you were trapped. You falsified documents. You purloined identities. And you committed fraud on a grand scale. And you applied to the authorities to get MMTLP to trade. And you were successful. Probably because your attorneys take a piss in the same men's room with the attorneys for the SEC. So you all got MMTLP to trade. MMTLP traded at 50 cents, 80 cents. It was fraud that you did, but it worked. It was 50 cents, 80 cents, $1.20, $2. And then in the last weeks, it went to $8, higher even. And you're saying that Greg McCabe didn't have a right to sell a portion of his shares? Yeah, you said two things here. You said that, did he know it was worthless? And then you said he sold 6.7 million in the last week. You know what that means? Instead of having a stub asset that doesn't trade in his account, and all of a sudden his account, it's starting to have value. And instead of waiting and playing the victim, the stock goes to 10 bucks, 8 bucks. He didn't sell it for nothing. He sold it for value. He got cash. I don't blame him for that at all. Other people were waiting for the stock to go to hundreds of dollars. He said to himself, you know what? I'm going to take 8. I'm going to take 7. That's his option. And I think that's why he's rich. And you're here working for $7 every time someone takes a look at your daughter. Now, I would point out to you that McCabe, since then, has put that money all back into the company. He's paid for attorneys. He's bought projects. He's purchased deals in southern Louisiana, flipped them out, and put those assets in Nexbridge without a markup. So that money he took out, he's putting back to the project, and it belies your point. It belies your point. Hello? I am still on, yes.
Are you kidding me? I took a nap. I just got up. I'm working on the slides. Crazy.
Yeah.
The slides are brutal. Trust me, they're going to be nasty.
Good.
All right, so again, all right, no problem. Go do your thing, and then we'll get night. I'll see you.
All right, bye. So it doesn't matter anyway, because the stock doesn't trade. This is a complete distraction to making money tomorrow. And it's just funny that all you have to do is come talk about other people's hard work. You're not a producer, you're a taker. It started trading legally. Even Berta said this. No. Are you Jewish? You just like to argue. You just like to argue. Everything and anything. I think it's true to say it started trading legally because the SEC approved it. But that doesn't mean the paperwork which was submitted was legal. It was fraudulent. They never said they were 5 years behind on rent. I doubt that's true. You just didn't read the filings. You're just lazy. We'll post a clip of him saying, that's fine. The SEC approved of it to trade. Once it started trading, it was legally trading. The SEC and FINRA approved it. But the documents which were filed were fraudulent. Berta never filed those documents, but you all filed them in his name. That's fraud. You know, this kind of argument I've been in before at bars and other situations. It reminds me very much. Nope, they didn't. Oh, God. You're smoking crack. All right, I'm going to... yeah, there it was, unauthorized. There you go. And Why am I defending thinks I've never researched? You're wrong about that. I've researched it. I've talked to people. I've been on calls. I've gone to Congress. I've spent endless hours, days, weeks, months on it. My conclusion, I don't know everything because you guys hide a lot. And boy, do you love to argue. You love to distract people by meaningless arguments so they lose sight of the fact that you're stealing from them. You don't fool me. You don't fool me. Trump, I know, isn't that something, Fred? I love your dog. Your dog is amazing. I want to hug that dog. What a great dog. Trump can't stop winning. I agree with you. It's amazing what he's doing. Imagine, Fred, imagine if, oh, tomorrow is Friday. Imagine if he flies into Turkey and he meets with Putin and Zelensky's worthless. And imagine if he strikes an economic deal with Putin and he lifts the sanctions on Russia, and he comes home with, I don't know, an energy deal, farm deal. Imagine he comes home with $1 trillion deal from Russia. That would cap it off. I got MMTL for free at merger, was scammed by the CEO. So you're the one that hasn't done any research. It was not scammed by the CEOs. So I know who you are now. Yeah, which hedge funds do you represent, Belize? You're trapped. I already answered that. There are no royalties because they're not producing anything, just a little bit. So you don't even know what you're talking about. You're just arguing to get people to argue with you while you build more settlements. Is Brent's son from Logic a good guy? Yes, I think he's a very good guy. I would do business with him. I just wouldn't let him sell the company. He works extremely hard. Brent is honest. He's got great connections. I think he knows what he's doing, building a company. He knows the paperwork. He works his ass off. He keeps his word. I think Brent's a very good guy, very good guy. But I think there's something, and it's true of all CEOs. It's true of, and this is what Cindy Lou Who couldn't understand. Oh, you're saying that about a dead man. I can't stand it. I don't know if it's logic, but anyway, when Brent comes to doing a deal, he works for years. And then with Whalen, he had this whole thing worked out and he did a bad deal and it killed it. It was $10, $12, and it went down to $1. And then he got working again and working again and working again. And he went to the Neo, signed a deal. It was $3 and it got killed again. And then he's working and working and working and working, and he gets it back up to something, and he signs a deal with Ionic Advisors, and they kill the stock. And then he's working. He gets it all going. I don't think, Dos Equis, that he is the guy responsible for Aubrey Advisors. I don't think he is. And I don't know exactly what happened with Logic after Aubrey destroyed it, but I think Brent believed the people that came up to him. I don't believe them. I could end up being wrong. I've never met these guys. But to me, I see all I need to see in the stock price. And So at the last minute, after all that work, Brent's judgment psychologically on whether he should sign the deal or not, maybe he's just worn out. Maybe he believes their promises. My opinion, just like Lou, people shouldn't have to think this way that I'm trying to tell you that you have to look for. Why? Because there should be, the laws are there. The regulators should enforce them. But these kind of people, they've incrementally and incrementally and incrementally, they argue with you, they distract you, they have you upset, they get you emotional, but they take more land and build more settlements on it right away. Then they distract you again, and the next thing you know, they're arguing this over here about, hey, they all hate us and we're entitled, and the next thing you know, they're taking some more land and building some more settlements. That's analogous to what they're doing here in the securities markets. But Brent Sun shouldn't have had to worry about these financial firms. They're allowed to exist by the SEC, by Congress, and they're all criminal fronts. Lynn Partners is a criminal front, in my opinion. Yorkshire Advisors is a criminal front, in my opinion. And I think Roth Capital also plays in some instances as a criminal front for the shorts, in my opinion. NIX pulled back a bit. Well, NIX did, but Shadow Call, a lot of people want to be where the action is. So they probably sold NIX to get into Finger. I haven't been talking about NIX because I think it's Finger's time, and out of respect for him, I've tried to just let that story play out. But I'll quickly tell you, Shadow Call, that Nixie made announcements 9 weeks ago. You'd have to look it up, but you can see all the announcements. And they just announced the new, let me just read the announcement so I don't get it wrong. So just going from Yahoo News. So 7 days ago, Nixie appoints Mike Schmidt as CEO. And it's a great article. You should read it. 9 days ago, Nixie announces preliminary 1.4 million revenue in April. And then they talk about their telecom strategy. Last month, Nixie appoints AI and MedTech pioneer to the board of directors. Last month, Nixie issues a milestone update and highlights their progress. It's all worth reading. Last month, Nixie purchases Call AI and Aqua Health Coach platforms for $4 million. Last month, Nixie's revenues commence via AuraLink AI. 2 months ago, Nixie expands AI portfolio with purchase of Wizco's Ava, an AI-powered interview coaching platform. 2 months ago, Nixie provides business update, including contract developments, etc. 2 months ago, Nixie announces a $10 million share repurchase program. I think those things are a little bit gimmicky, but they announced it. 2 months ago, Nixie outlined strategic growth initiatives and market expansion plans. These are all things you can read. 2 months ago, Nixie's AuraLink AI announces up to 120 million AI-enabled reciprocal telecommunications service agreements. 120 million. And there's more news, but that's the most recent. So according to Yahoo, Nixie has a market cap of 36 million. If you take the time to read those news stories, in the stories, they talk about how much revenue they anticipate from what they've just announced. Now, some of it has to be finalized, and that's where the criminals come in and start trying to destroy the deal. But they, in one of the announcements, they say that they anticipate, to my memory, that they're going to get monthly revenue up to 25 million on a run rate. That's a month. But anyway, you can read it. I'm doing this by memory. Well, FingerMotion, as an example, did 35 million in revenue last year, and they did 35 million in revenue the year before. It's very low margin revenue. Well, so so is this revenue on Nixie. It's low margin. But FingerMotion right now is trading at a market cap of $250 million, 259 million. And Nixie, I mean, fair enough. They haven't shown they can do 25 a month yet, but they showed revenue. They just announced it of 1.5 million for the month of April, and they said they've already got revenue for this month. My point being, Nixie probably doesn't have much downside risk to you. If you assume all that Nixie ever accomplishes is getting their revenue up to that 25 million a month run rate, or a lower number, pick a lower number. Just based on the market cap of Finger, with annual revenues of 35 million, if Nixie does 25 million a month, do you think that a $37 million market cap for Nixie is a risk to you? It might be in your mind. To me, I'm not commenting whether Finger should be 250 million, but it is. And Nixie will almost do the same revenue in 6 weeks. Not right now, but in the future. That's what they say in these projections. That FingerMotion is doing in a whole year. FingerMotion is trading at 250 million. Nixie's trading at 40 million. Is there a lot of risk in Nixie? I don't think so. I don't know what the right number is, but I think Nixie probably, if you go back to where Finger was trading before this run up, Finger was trading at basically 2 times revenue, a little bit more maybe, but let's use 2 times revenue to be conservative. So if Nixie gets to 200 million a year in revenue at 25 a month, it would be almost 300 million a year. Let's call it 250 million in revenue a year. And it gets a multiple of 2 on that revenue. That's 500 million. It's $500 million. You know how many shares Nixie has outstanding? I can't find it. All right, here. No, that's trading. Okay, here's the shares. It is 18 million shares outstanding. I don't know. To finish the things they announced, I don't know how many shares they're going to need. But uh, let's say they double their shares. I don't think they will, but let's say they go to 40 million shares. And instead of saying 2 times revenue is 500 million, let's call it 400 million. 40 million shares, 400 million in market cap, that's $10 a share. Anyway, that's how I see Nixie. Thank you, Bob, for saying that. I get bored with myself, I got to tell you that, but thank you. I also want to thank you for the Go Logic and code update. I took a beating. I did too. When well, anyway, I don't want to recreate it because I can't remember it all. But I believed in the Logic story. So I have Logic, I have Collective Audience, I have Go Logic. I never got recruiter.com. I never really got a big position in Nixie. I have some Nixie. Not very much. It's in my IRA. It's not a big deal. But it gives me something to follow and dream on. But yeah, I wish I had never heard of Logic, unfortunately. But I think Nixie can get some of the money back. And like you say, onward and upward. I don't think it's over. Bob, let me just give you the positives I hear. I don't trust them, but I hear Collective Audience from people I trust. One gentleman believes Collective Audience can go to $2. I don't believe it. I think it's destroyed by Aubrey. But I think they have a good team there, and maybe. Go Logic is just a shell, but I think if I get a chance, I know how to make that worth a lot of money, but I don't know if I'll get a chance. Logic, I've heard, can go to 20 cents. I don't believe it, but look, I'm just one opinion. People that are smarter, more familiar, more optimistic than I am, they believe it can go to 20 cents, Logic. So it's not completely over. I still am amazed that someone your age can waste your life this way. I don't know what Drew is getting or not getting. I heard that if he is successful in getting the shorts who are trapped, rescuing them even somewhat, that he gets $1 million payday. I've heard that. I don't know if it's true. Hey, Tommy B, your authentic listeners appreciate the education. I like that. I like the ending. I'm not going to read it out. I haven't mentioned Nix for days. Well, when FingerMotion started running, Ham started doing calls, I don't know, 6 times a day, and doing a lot of posting, and all anybody wanted to talk about was Finger. So I just decided that out of respect, I would let the stage go to Ham and to Finger. I've tried to give you for many months my views, very positive, potential on the price action of Finger. But I decided, I guess last week, that I wasn't going to be pushing any other stories, and I've just been silent about it. But Nixie, I just read all the news stories. We're waiting for a follow-on on all of that, the next shoe to drop. Nixie has 20 million shares outstanding, roughly. They have revenue lined up. In one of their, I might be, see, that's the problem. I might be confusing it with another story. But I believe in one of their business updates, they projected that they'd like to be a $1 billion company within 3 years. Well, $1 billion divided by 20 or 25 million shares, you can come up with what that stock would trade to. We're waiting to see evidence that they're executing on their plan. I've been hopeful that Nixie was going to have some news, but I think today's May 15th, so I think they need to file their quarterly. And I have to admit, I've never heard this rule before, but somebody told me that when a company is working on their quarterly, they're not allowed to release news as they're doing that. I don't know if that's true. It's a possible explanation why we haven't heard anything yet, but they're focused on getting their 10Q out. I imagine, Shadow, after Nixie gets its 10Q out, which they may have done tonight, I don't know, or tomorrow or Monday. I think a lot of the news that we've been waiting for the second shoe to fall will come out. When? I don't know. Next week, the following week, June, I don't know. But it should come fairly soon. In my opinion, there is a chance for a squeeze in Nixie. I wouldn't count on it. But Recruiter.com was so badly destroyed by the previous CEO's decisions. If Cindy Lou who were here, she'd say, oh my God, you're blaming it on the CEO. He's alive. Well, that's the thing, he's alive. So maybe it's okay to blame it on him. But I'm not blaming the CEO per se, but they do sign these toxic notes. They don't read them. I think it's really incumbent upon the regulators to stop that shit. The CEOs don't know better. They're running their business. But there's a huge short position. There was a huge shorting going on in Recruiter.com. So there's a potential to see some dramatic moves to the upside in Nixie. I'm not counting on that. I'm not counting on that. I wouldn't count on that. Shadow, what you have to do is look at the chart. In November, roughly, Nixie on 60 million shares, 60 million shares, it traded up to $12 in November, pre-market, and then it opened at 8 and it went down. Then in, I don't know, January or February, it did it again. I think it was 50 million shares, and then it stopped. And I only think it went to 8, but it then, anyway, something like $6 to $8. If you look at the chart of Nixie, there's roughly around 650 on the weekly. I guess it's a weekly. There's like a double bra there. I think if Nixie does start trading and there's volume, I think it goes to 650. And that's a triple from here. It could go further. It could go further, but it hasn't happened yet. I think you need news and you need buying volume. And I predict that they're going to have another 50 million share day. Because I don't think that was done with. I don't know. GDC just had a big day and no one was looking. So it might happen while no one's looking. I don't know. But I think your trade in Nixie should be if the volume comes back, watch it. If it only goes to 6 or 7, maybe that's the way to get out. It's a triple. It could have more, though. It could have more. And I think we'll be guided by news as it comes out. But anyway, that's Nixie. Yeah. I'm not going to read it out. Yeah, we'll get all these to the truck. Not a shill. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. But if you're not, you're not. Your facts are wrong. Anna did transfer shares to AST. I believe, and you'd have to ask her. You seem to know her. But I believe in the case of TradeStation, they wouldn't transfer them. And so you're saying she chose not to. My understanding, and I don't know for sure, is TradeStation would not trade them. They could not transfer them, and hence the lawsuit. So I think your facts are just 100% wrong. So whether you're a shill or not, you act like one. Ora Grande assets are gone, for what it's worth. That's your opinion. It's not necessarily true. I haven't followed it for a while, but if I were running NextBridge, I would have filed a lawsuit to protect my rights, Liz Pendens. And I bet they've done that. I would also hire an attorney and go after the colluders, the criminals. And it's a pretty serious thing, threatening people and committing securities fraud. And I think on that basis, they may be able to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. But maybe not. I do think they had a data room. That's common knowledge. And to the extent that people believed the data they saw, there might be some competition out there, but there might not. Oil prices are down. The focus is elsewhere right now. But you don't know what you're talking about. You're predicting a future as if you know it. You don't. I believe that NextBridge can put at least part of those leases back together again. And only time will tell. They have a head start on everybody else because they have the science, they have the 3D seismic, they have the well results. So they have a head start on everybody else. I think you're just talking out of your ass. The Ora Grande by no means is gone. I think you and your team have been very effective at separating the assets from NextBridge, and that's something that's going to have to be litigated and fought. But I don't think it's the final round. It's probably the 6th round, and we probably have 15 rounds to fight. So I don't think you're right, but you could be right at the end of the day. There's no guarantees. It's going to be a fight. And then finally, NextBridge doesn't need Ora Grande to be a highly successful company. But you don't know anything about oil and gas. You don't know anything about creating value. You just steal and take and trade. There's no value in trading. You think you're doing something good? There's no value. You don't create anything. Company said you didn't have to go to AST. That's not true either. That's not true either. It's just not true. It's just not true. It doesn't matter. If the company told you to jump off a skyscraper, would you do it? You have to make your own decisions. But if you're comfortable owning a completely worthless chit, make your own decision. I'm tired. Why didn't Anna go to AST? She did. And I believe that TradeStation would not transfer her shares, and that's the lawsuit. But you seem to know what you're talking about. You're cocksure. Why don't you ask Anna? That's it. Oversold. Anna heard that. See, you talked to Anna, so why are you even? Anna heard there was an overage from a gentleman in Europe with TradeStation and then tried to go into AST to sue. Why would people be the sacrificial lamb after seeing that? I'm in AST, but come on. What you wrote doesn't make any sense. Maybe because maybe you needed more sentences. That doesn't make sense. I don't know how to comment on it. Mark Belial is her attorney. I'll just call your attention to the fact that Mark Bazile represented two companies, HPIL and Venue, VNUE, I think, who were destroyed by Kurt Kramer and Seth Kramer. And he represented those companies. And the end result, the companies settled and the shares are worthless and the companies are destroyed. You can make your own decision on the effectiveness of his representation of those companies versus the Kramers. The Kramers are still stealing and the company's shares are worthless. I asked him about it, and he said it was the CEO's decision. That might be it, but I'll leave it to you to think about. Anna thinks volume is proof of naked shorts. Well, what's your proof? What do you have? What do you have? Anna's out there fighting for the blue sheets. Anna goes into congressmen and senators' offices. Anna travels on her own dime. And Ann Wagner, who you probably bribe, Ann Wagner reads a letter written obviously by a lobbyist that says that having a consolidated audit trail would be a violation of privacy. Egregious. So the fault is not Anna's. The fault is Ann Wagner's and the rest of the inactive Congress. What else would you measure the short from? What do you think? You're good at criticizing. I haven't heard you state anything. And I guess it's because you are a short. So you know the real short. Anna's doing her best to estimate the short. But if you're talking about MMTLP, Torchlight, MMAT, they have some of the information. So you are well and truly trapped. And I don't blame you for coming on to try to get people to freeze into inaction. Investors, Rob, Trump won't lift a finger. I don't agree with that. Who are you? Different breed? If there's 90 trillion assets at the depository trust, I left out the T, corporation, if there's 90 trillion there, which was the last number I saw, $90 trillion pooled at the depository trust. Let's just let's assume they've hypothecated and rehypothecated. So that's two. Let's say they've rehypothecated. Let's say they did it 5 times. It could be 10 times, it could be 20 times. But let's say they've rehypothecated on average all of these shares 5 times. Well, rehypothecated 4 times, hypothecated once. 5x. So the U.S. securities market would be the zeros confuse me. So let me use a calculator. Yeah, that's okay. I was right. Well, no, 1, 2. Yeah, I was right. So this might be absurd, but you don't know. One, two, three, 4. Okay. The U.S. securities market might be backing up collateral. It might have loaned out. There might be securities out in the system, securities entitlements at 5x. It could be $450 trillion. Or it's by the derivatives. So what you're saying is Trump should immediately stop short selling in all markets, shrinking the world's #1 market in the world, the best, biggest, which Trump is all about, he should overnight shrink it to 1-for-1. Can you imagine the destruction that would happen? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I do think he should focus on let the over-the-counter market be a safe haven from the criminals. And NASDAQ probably too. But I think you should lay off of Trump. I think you should lay off of Trump. But that's my opinion. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Devar. That's what happened with TradeStation. So that guy is completely misrepresenting. But in all fairness, my girl, Anna, she's a friend of mine. She's not a girl. She's married happily, has a great family, great dogs, great social life. So keep your implications to yourself. That's just not true. I believe there was a decision we all had to make early on. Do we stay in MMTLP for this big settlement? And early on, a lot of us, including me, thought it was possible there would be a settlement. And why early on, if the settlement was going to come, it got confusing because as the data was collected, if a settlement was going to happen quickly, that was a confusing choice. So people had to process that choice. I know for me, I'll just talk for me. I moved my shares in my regular account to AST in August of whatever year. And, I was actually worried that there wouldn't be enough shares to do it. I was so thrilled when I got my shares. I was amazed. And then in my IRA, I left it in my IRA because I figured, well, there might be a settlement. Everybody's talking about settlement. Everyone's susceptible to groupthink, including me. But then as we got closer toward the end of the year, I started thinking, that's crazy. Why are you listening to everybody that there's going to be a settlement? It doesn't make any sense. So in January, I called in, and it took me about 8 weeks, first call to the end, to get my shares. I had to transfer out of the IRA and then into my regular account, sign something, and then I got my shares. And again, I couldn't believe it. I thought they'd all be gone. It's so obvious that you should go get your shares, but only you and your friends see any value in a worthless chit. But the odd thing is they're probably going to get NextBridge trading, so they're going to have a huge short position in NextBridge, and you guys are going to end up winning anyway. I hope not. I think the judge would ask that thousands of people. I think that would be weird. But the other side will bring that up. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you, Christopher. So Soups was the problem the whole time? See, this is how you guys are. You love to argue the picayune. So people get distracted while you are moving your agenda on the big picture. I didn't say that. You're dumb. You're actually dumb. Yeah, yeah. Don't get Grant to Nick. Don't get hung up on the timing. But I listened to a lot of different people, and this was how I was trained at Merrill Lynch. I'm no longer at a firm, so I don't have in-house research. But I was trained at age, I don't know, 20, early 20s, mid 20s. Read everything, listen to all analysts, technical, value line, fundamental analysts, outside research if you get it, everything. And then if you find one guy working, or girl, but one analyst's predictions are working, ride that horse. But stay in touch with all the rest, because when that analyst goes wrong, you got to know where to hop. So it's an art, obviously, not a science. But I believe that the stock market, much like what happened in the Weimar Republic, the stock market in Germany went to all-time highs. And I think that's going to happen here. And it's going to be, I've given my projections. I don't know if I have them here. And I don't have them memorized. But if I have them, I'll read them to you. Yeah, here it is. I think I'm projecting, I've gone high. So they may not achieve this. But I bet the S&P could get to 8,500. That's much higher than the guy I listened to was saying. The Dow, I think, can go to 65,000. That's much higher than the person I'm listening to said. NASDAQ, I think, can go to 30,000. The Russell can go to 4,000. Gold, I think, can go to 5,000. And silver, I think, can go to 120. And that could happen in the next month, or it could take till November, or it could take to January. But those will be the highs for a generation. And after those highs, everybody's going to be excited. Everybody's going to be saying Trump is the greatest thing. The funds are all, this time is different. AI is great. We're on the verge of a new world. Well, then something's going to come out of the blue. I don't know what that something will be. It could be that I'm just thinking of things people don't expect. It could be that China's population is half what they say it is. It could be that hello? That's a butt dial. It could be that Saudi Arabia announces that they're going to keep the rest of the oil in the ground for their future generations. It could be, obviously, it could be a war, or it could be some sort of health thing. But I think there'll be something that frightens people. So this will be like the tulip bubble or the Mississippi Sea bubble, the South Sea bubble or the Mississippi bubble. It'll be like any bubble. It'll be floating and then it pops. And I think on the downside, the world is going to recognize that the just-in-time delivery isn't working anymore. The jobs aren't there. A lot of the numbers were falsified, et cetera, et cetera. And as David Hunter calls it, it'll be a global bust, a global bust. And it's in that context that this is my number, and I'm being extreme, but I think the Dow could collapse 95% from its highs. Now, in fairness, the best way to measure 95% would be measuring the Dow in terms of the value against gold. And in that sense, I think it will go down 95%. Maybe on a dollar sense, it goes down 80%. But I think that the collapse in the financial markets are going to be unlike anything you've ever seen. It's going to frighten the bejesus out of everybody. And it's going to rattle an entire generation. At that point, I think the Fed will come in with money. And I personally believe the Fed, the financial system is led by the Fed. So all the other central banks worldwide, with the possible exception of Russia and China, but they'll have to do their own thing. They're all going to come in too. So I wouldn't be surprised to see $100 trillion put on central banks' balance sheets to rescue the economy. It might not. I'm giving extreme numbers because I'm trying to be dramatic. If it's not 100 trillion and it's 40 trillion from here, or 50 trillion, I'd still consider my prediction to be right in the broad stroke. I just think it's going to be bigger than anybody thinks. Then the question is, do people trust that action? I guess they're going to trust it one more time. I think they're going to trust it one more time. And I think the markets, there's a book out there that I want to read about it. I can't remember the name of it. But when the stock market crashed in 1929, it rallied, to my memory, it rallied into 1933. So anyway, I think it could be a very sharp decline, and then a recovery could start within 2 years or sooner. I don't think the Dow and the indices will ever get to that high again, but they might get back up to, I don't know, 70, 80% of that high. But I don't think that'll hold. So then I think the theme that's going to take over here in the United States and around the rest of the world. So let's just add that up. If the markets make new highs this year and then they crash in 26, and then it takes, let's say, a year and a half, so maybe by 28 we start a 5-year, maybe it's longer, commodity bull run that's going to change people's lives. I think oil and gas, mining, miners, oil and gas companies, all metals, everything that fits into the rebuilding of our infrastructure and the reshoring, bringing jobs and industry back to the United States. And in that environment, in the crash, I think silver, which would have maybe have gone to 120, I think silver, it might only go to 100, but I think silver could pull back dramatically and maybe come back to 50 in the crash. Gold, from whatever level, I think it'll be 5,000, could pull back to 2,500. You know, it can just, everybody will be selling everything they can when the markets crash. But then I think gold will either there'll be, they call it a Mar-a-Lago. Maybe it'll be in Mar-a-Lago, but maybe it'll be in St. Petersburg, or maybe it'll be in Singapore, or maybe it'll be in New Delhi. I don't know. They'll have a new financial Bretton Woods, and maybe gold gets revalued based on the special drawing rights of the IMF, or maybe they start, maybe the brick. Anyway, that could happen. But I think gold will start a march to $40,000 an ounce, and maybe a lot higher. A lot of the march in gold will be wealth creation. Then it'll be wealth preservation. But I think gold is headed at least to $40,000 an ounce over, I don't know, a 5-year period. So let's say by 2028 until 2033. And it could go much higher. In that environment, I think silver will go, I personally think silver will go 1-for-1 with gold when they have trouble delivering. But ignoring that spike, that'll be a spike. I think silver could go to, 15 ounces, 16 ounces of silver for 1 ounce of gold. Call that 20 so I can do the arithmetic. 20 times 20% of 50,000. Is that 10,000? Silver is going to go really high. But I think all the commodities are going to go high. I believe oil. I once I met Matt Simmons, and to my memory, I sat in the audience when he answered this question. But I watched so many of the videos, my memory might be blurring with a video. But somebody asked him, you said oil was going to go to $100 a barrel. When do you expect that? And he said, I said it was going to go to 6 figures. I never said it was 100. I expect it to go to 500 or more. I think oil's going to go to $500 a barrel. So you have to start imagining a world, and nobody can. I can barely do it. But the next time, Great Nick, you fill up your gas tank, if it costs you, I don't know what you drive, but let's say it costs you $45 to fill up your gas tank. Just as a thought exercise, imagine it costs you $450 to fill up your gas tank, not $45. And as you drive around, think about what that would mean to your life. If every time you filled up your gas tank, it cost you $450 instead of $45. Think about what it would do to your life. Would you drive as much? Could you drive? Think about it in terms of your life. But then think about it, start thinking about it on a society level. All those young punks that burn gasoline, those soccer moms that drive quickly to pick up their kid and back, go get a carton of milk, are they going to be doing all that driving? Look at the trucks on the road. that deliver just-in-time milk and bacon and toilet paper and drugs to the supermarkets. Are they going to be driving as much? Imagine a world where there's a panic on gasoline. And Matt Simmons talked about this. We, in the United States, our pipelines that supply gasoline and our trucks, they're basically a 2-week window. It's basically just, but it works. But most of us drive with half a tank of gasoline, a quarter tank of gasoline. If there were a panic as gasoline prices went up, which would imply fear as well, people might race to fill up their tanks at the same time. They might all try to fill up their tanks at the same time. He said, if everyone tried to fill their tanks to the full, to the brim at the same time, we would drain our gasoline system. And it would take months to get it going again. So imagine a world where the supermarket shelves don't have everything, where police, when you call 911, they don't have any gasoline to come rescue you. Just start thinking of a world when oil is trading at $500 a barrel. Then if you can reverse think, are you near public transport? Are you near a train system? Are you near a river for water transport? Are you living downtown so you can walk everywhere? Do you live on a farm and you're self-sufficient? Are you safe from marauding youths? What's a ute? Anyway, it's pretty scary stuff, but it's coming. And that's why I don't think we have much more time to engage with these evil acting people on each of these shorts. They're grabbing the money they can, but they're not prepared for what's coming because they think they're gods. They think they're chosen by God. They think they're here to steal from us, and that's what to do. But they're not going to be ready. But you can be ready. You can be ready. I think I'm not. You know what? I notice because of what I've been going through, I no longer have the strength in my legs that I used to. It's a combination of having gout and stress and things I've had to deal with. But I think I could still do it. But I think you should be able to walk 10 miles if you have to. Can you? Can you walk 10 miles? Not everybody can. That's something I think you have to be able to do. Anyway, I would much more love to talk about all of the things we can do to help each other in this world of challenges that are coming than deal with these argumentative jerks. But while we argue, we're ignoring what's coming. And what's coming is going to be a big change in our lives. Now, I don't think it's going to be a bad life. I don't think it's going to be... Sorry, I don't think it's going to be a bad life. We can save on energy consumption. We can transport things by boat and train much more efficiently than long-haul truck. It's a shame we're not getting ready for all of this. Also, some of the improved technologies in recovering oil and gas might delay it further, but I think we're pushing it. Anyway, I've talked too much. We'll talk about that some other time. 9th was Friday. Yeah, 12th. Yeah, thank you. William, will you buy my MMTLP shares real cheap? No, I won't. I'll never buy MMTLP. I would consider buying NextBridge, but I wouldn't buy MMTLP. MMTLP is worthless, absolutely worthless. I'm not interested in the lawsuit. I think it could take 8, 10 years. And by the time we get paid, we'll have very little. I think it's a waste of time of my energy because I think things are going to start accelerating in the human experience. Wasting time on MMTLP, I don't want to do it. I'll work with McCabe. I'll work with honest people and I'll work on the halls of Congress. I'll work against the fraud. I'll testify. I'll do all that stuff, but I'm not going to spend time chasing making money in MMTLP. Look, I think you can triple your money in Nixie. Why would I buy MMTLP? I think you make 10x your money in Railtown. Why would I buy MMTLP? It looks like FingerMotion has something exciting going on. Why would I buy MMTLP? I think silver, at a minimum, is a 10x. Why would I buy MMTLP? No, I will not buy your MMTLP. Your DDD, by the way, I don't know what triple D is. That's your tit size? It's disgusting. You're showing a picture of your daughter. It's disgusting. Whatever happened to Go Logic? I answered that. So, but the answer to the question is I do think it can come back. It's on the back burner, but it's just like a shell. It's like Nixie or G-Bucks or a number of these stories. They have value and they can build value. Hi, Steve F. Thank you for uh, uh, being here. Mark Bazile frequents Ramadan in soup spaces as a friendly guest. How did he effect the legal route? I don't know what legal route he effected. Are you saying effect? If I haven't implied it clearly enough, it's possible. Well, I'm not going to imply anything, but it's possible that Ramen Soups and Mark Bazile work together. You can take whatever conclusion you want out of that. Steve, you're great. Why don't you take 10 minutes to settle down and be civil? Thank you. Oh no, the whiteboard, it's officially in bird lady territory. Bravo. No, I just don't know how to use technology, so I use a whiteboard. Don't dish it out if you can't take it. Refrain from insults. Thanks for lecturing me. You know, it's amazing. I've dealt with guys like you all my life. You think you're smart. You distract by argument, and you distract by calling on the moral outrage. And oh, how could you treat someone like this? You know what? I have never insulted anybody here who was a real person looking for help, at least not intentionally. I have insulted a bunch of you assholes, and I'll continue calling you out. You're not welcome here. Everybody takes profits on calls tomorrow needs to take part and buy shares. Roll the rest in June. Yeah. I love Steve. I love Steve. Thank you, Steve. I'm a witch because I caught onto your game. I don't even know if you're a man or a woman. You don't have the courage to show your name. What's my game? What's my game? It seems like you're the one with the game. I don't think I called you a witch, but if I said it as I got going, you picked up on it. I don't think I called you a witch. I might have called you slatternly, different meaning. Aren't you an MMTLP? Why are you speaking, you guys? God, are you an adult? Yes, I'm not in MMTLP. I purchased 4,264 shares of MMTLP for $8, I think on the Wednesday of the last week. I moved all my shares to NextBridge, so I no longer own MMTLP. I am a holder of NextBridge. I have the certificates in the other room. I have the physical certificates in my possession. So I don't own MMTLP. I tall to Ham all the time. How do you not know? I don't know what I'm talling to Ham about. Any updates from Mark Bazile on with Finger GTII? No, I don't have any updates from Mark Bazile. I don't talk to Mark Bazile. I have not spoken to him. So I don't know what you know. I haven't talked to Mark Bazile in probably a year. If you want to ask Cam, ask Cam. If you want to get an update from Mark Bazile, call his office. All right, I think I've come up to harmed investors are not evil. Yeah, I'm trying not to call you evil or anybody evil, but I think you behave in an evil way. Matt's right about that. You do at least use your first name. I was a big MMAT investor. Executives made easy work for the shorts. Well, and you know, maybe that's why some people sell their shares. I don't blame the executives, although Cindy Lou Who would catch me out and say I was blaming Lou. I get upset, you know, why did the CEO do that? I think some CEOs are in on the game. I think some CEOs are just too lazy to do a thought exercise on the documents. Ultimately, it's a failure of the system, and it's your coordinated attack, you and the people you work with. Evil is what folks say when they don't have an adequate retort. Oh, God. Yeah, I heard that. Somebody just sent me the text that he is. Yeah, why do I think the market will drop? I think we're going to have a blow off top. That means way up. And then in the panic, people are just going to sell everything they can. It's more likely that the pullback might be 75, 80%. But I really believe it could go back to, I don't know, 2,500. I really, great, Nick. How many of the stocks we've bought have come down 90, 95%? I think it can happen to the whole market. The leverage out there, I guess that would be the word. The biggest reason is leverage. The biggest reason is leverage. There's not enough collateral to support the valuations that the market has out there. And everyone believes their statements. Everyone, the baby boomers, the millennials, all believe they have all this money in their house, in their vacation home, in their assets. And when they start crashing, there's going to be panic. That's what I think. I have Zelle. Zelle hell. I have Zelle. I have Venmo too. I don't know why it's over 200%. I love Steve. All right. I'm not going to answer anything more from you. I think you're just a complete waste. All right, I'm going to go to the bottom and then I'm going to sign off. I'm going to go see what anybody said down here. Okay. When the moon hits your eye like a pig pizza pie, that's amore. Yeah, it's weird, Brett. It's all paralleling. Yeah, the 100-year tour de force. Yes, CB, you're getting it, or you already knew it. But they come in with credit. It's a con job. It's a confidence game. If we all believe it, it'll be fine. So what value will the all-time high bring? Probably very little. Semiconductors are picking up. I think the SMH could go to 400. I'm stuck in the little bit of money I have in my IRA. So I'm not in a position, but I think you could buy calls on the end. It's already, they're going to get expensive, but you can make money on the way up. I think the best thing, CB, will be when it's up there that we start buying puts. That's how I think. There'll be a chance to buy puts. When everyone else thinks it's going to go to the moon, Alice, you start buying some puts around. And I think that could be how we make some money. When Germany's market went all-time, did the value of the Deutschmark collapse, making it worthless? Yes. I don't remember all the numbers. But CB, listen to this. In 1914, CB, August of 1914, Germany was at war, and the mark was decoupled from the gold standard. It was for the rate of the mark to the dollar. The rate of the mark to the dollar. So I guess it took 4.19 marks to buy a dollar. I think that's what they mean. Anyway, and then in Christmas of 1914, it was 4.5 marks. The next year, it was 5.16 marks. That was the Western Front. Then in 1916, they're still at war, 5.72 marks. In March of 1917, you had the Russian Revolution. It was 5.82 marks to the dollar. In October, you had the Bolshevik Revolution, 7.29. And then in December, it was 5.67. 1918, it was 5.1. It ended the year at 7.4. 1919, it went as high as 12.6 to 1. And in 1920, unsuccessful putsch in Berlin, 83.89 marks with $1. In 1929, Adolf Hitler, 1921, sorry, 32-year-old Adolf Hitler becomes leader of the Nazi Party. It's 76 marks, $1 by 76 marks. October, Germany loses most of the key industrial area of Upper Silesia to Poland. $1 bought 150 marks. In 1922, reparations, 207, $1 bought. There's some murders and some demands. And by the December of 1922, $1 purchased 7,589 marks. Germany is declared in default of its reparations. In 1923, France and Belgium invade and occupy the Ruhr in order to enforce reparations. $1 purchased 17,900 marks. In May of 1923, police in Munich prevent clashes between leftist demonstrators and Nazis. And $1 bought 24,475 marks. In June, mass expulsions of resisting German railway workers and riots. $1 bought 47,000 marks. In July, the German government introduces stricter laws against currency speculation. $1 bought 109,000 marks. In August of 1923, President Warren G. Harding dies. There's food riots in Wiesbaden. Grocers, stores, and butcher shops are looted. $1 bought 353,000 marks. In September of 1923, unemployment in Germany almost doubles. A massive earthquake hits in Japan. 100,000 supporters of the far right gather at Nuremberg. Prominent among them are members of the Nazi Party. Adolf Hitler takes the stage of a German League of Struggle. Inflation soars out of control. $1 buys 4,620,000 marks. On September 3rd of 1923, $1 is worth 9.7 million marks. On September 6th, $1 is worth 33.2 million marks. The next day, September 7th, $1 is worth 53 million marks. And on September 13th, $1 is worth 92.4 million marks. The Reich government warns that it will not tolerate rebellion in the provinces. October 1, the mark trades at 242 million marks to $1. On October 8th, $1 buys 838 million marks. In October, a communist socialist government is sworn in at Saxony. France rejects German offers to normalize the situation in the Ruhr. By October 10th, the mark's value, $1 equals 2.9 billion marks. In November, the government sends troops into Saxony. And $1 buys 25 billion marks. In December, they introduce the fixed value Retten mark. $1 buys 4,200,000,000,000 marks. That's how quickly it happens. Yes, it became worthless. June or August contracts, I don't know if you're still here. I would wait till Monday if the premiums are so high, the premiums are so high. I have zero faith in politicians. Wow. All right. I'm gonna sign off, I think. Let me just see what's on the bottom. Ready for finger tomorrow. Finger or nicks? Finger or nicks? Do you have to choose? It's a good question, Blake's. Finger is trading right now for $250 million market cap. Nix is trading for 40 million. Finger might be in the middle of a short squeeze. We don't know for sure. There's rumors of something big happening at Finger. We don't know for that for sure. So the question is, do you think the news on Finger could make it go up 3 times? Could it go to 3 or 4 times? Do you think it could go to $1 billion market cap? It could. Could Nixie go to up 5 times? Could it go to a $200 million market cap where Finger is right now? That would mean that it would have to go to $10. Finger would have to go to I guess $25. I guess they both could do that. But which one do you think's more likely? You have to decide. It's tough to call. Everything's happening at the same time. I don't want to distract from Finger, so I don't want to cause a distraction at all. But if you believe Finger's in the middle of a squeeze, it's a pretty obvious answer. If you believe that the rumors out there, there's something big coming at Finger soon, you might even know tomorrow or Monday, right? I don't forget what Ham said. I'm not sure I wrote it down. I think he said Monday. Whatever, it's a rumor. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. So we might know next week about Finger. If the rumor's true, whatever the rumor is. I'm not repeating the rumor. I'm not supporting the rumor, but I'm not saying it's wrong either. I just don't know. But Nixie, when does it start to happen? I don't know that either, but the 10Q should be out, and I would imagine news will come after that. They already announced a new CEO. So it seems like both are sort of percolating at the same time. If you're looking for a short squeeze and it happens, pick the one you're more comfortable with. If you're looking at fundamental story, to get a triple in Finger, it has to go to $12 to $15, which could happen. Nixie, to get a triple, has to go to $6, which has recently happened. I don't know. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. You just have to. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Yeah, 7% dividends are good in the oil patch. I like that strategy. I don't know those stocks very off the top of my head. I mean, I recognize the symbols in most cases. If I had 1K, would I buy finger or Nix? I think I'd buy Nixie stock and finger calls. That's what if I had $1,000. I'd probably buy maybe 400 shares or 300 shares or 350 shares of Nixie, and the rest I'd buy calls on finger. And I'd figure the risk is I lose my money on the calls, but at least the shares, I don't think there's a lot of risk to the downside in Nixie shares. And the upside could be 3, 4, 5, even 6 times on your money in Nixie. In other words, I think Nixie could go to 6, 8, 10, or $12 if everything lines up. Finger, of course, if there's a short squeeze, can go a lot higher. If the rumor we just heard is true on finger, that could just blow the thing out of the water. But rumors are rumors, even when they come from good people. When I'm 64. Oh, what a boy. What a boy. What a boy. Earthquakes in California. Well, there's sun plaza coming. We can't protect on everything. All right, so it's been a long night. It's midnight. I turn into Cinderella or whatever. What happens at midnight? You turn into, I can't remember the movie. I turn into Rachel Zegwigler. I turn into a Disney movie at midnight. No, I don't think the Trump administration is going to bring some kind of justice for retail. I don't think so. But I've been trying to think how I could get something done on my own. And I really think, Butters, that the way to do it is ask Trump to focus on the over-the-counter market. Gensler doesn't care, but nobody cares about the over-the-counter market. So to me, why does it have high frequency trading? Why does it have reg show exemption? Why does it have failures to deliver at all? Why does it have no investment banking, no research, no enforcement of delivery? Why doesn't it have an uptick rule? Why do they allow people from offshore to sell stock into the over-the-counter markets? Why don't they have full disclosure on everybody that buys through Roth Capital or through Lind Partners? Why don't the hedge funds have to disclose their ownership? Why don't, on and on and on and on. And I think if you could get Trump to just focus on the over-the-counter market, nationalize it. It's so puny anyway. I think that could be an engine of American ingenuity, and it could be a massive success. Get rid of the cheating. Put someone honest in charge of it. Nobody from Wall Street. Nobody from Goldman Sachs. Put it's sad. I can't think of an honest Democrat. I think I don't know who you put in charge of it. Let's pray for a good day tomorrow. I would, if you have your sell order that much, you're going for it. That's what you're doing. As long as you know that's what you're doing. I thought I already answered this. I think if you measure the market in price of gold, it'll do that for sure. But in nominal terms, it might only be down 80%. But I think there's going to be a panic. The stock market is going to levitate. And everybody's going to want to be in it. If I had to guess what the trigger that's going to scare the market, I think it's going to be that we do not have enough inexpensive oil for all the growth in the world. It could be Saudi Arabia first, or it could be us. It could be our Permian Basin rolls over. It could be that Russia can't produce at the levels it's producing. So it could be an oil shock. It could be a population question. It could be, anyway, something is going to cause people to recognize that the economy cannot continue to grow with this leverage and with this financial engineering, and it'll collapse. See, Jim, you're smart. You're smart. If you've been listening to me, I don't have to. I'm not bragging on myself, but I was saying I've been this theme of it going back up. I've been saying that I'm listening to several people now. A lot of people are calling for it, but I gave away my biggest bias. It's the Weimar Republic. It's what happened in Germany. Even their whole world was falling apart. The speculators in the stock market became wealthy, and the savers and the careful people lost their apartments and their homes. And then the speculators got wiped out because ultimately, what goes up must come down. What goes up must come down. Let me look that one up. I like oil stocks. I want to go to sleep. No, TGRP. Tron, that's not an oil stock. Did I screw up? It says Tron Pharmaceuticals. I don't know. I must have screwed up. I must have the wrong symbol. I'm not interested in that stock. TGRP? It's trading for 3 cents. I don't know. I must be too tired. All right, I'm gonna sign out. I hope you guys make a lot of money tomorrow in Finger and next week in Finger. And the next time I talk to you, I have to call you sir and ma'am. Targa Resources. Targa TRGP. TRGP. Yeah, target resources 166. Wow. 166. 5 years. That's a nice move. Did they make a discovery? I can't find anything about it. Can't find anything. Target resources. I'll try to remember that. All right, I'm going to sign out. Peace to everyone. Peace in the world. And I will probably talk tomorrow unless I sleep through until noon. Ciao.